way as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to find those full episodes, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as podcasts over on my spot at Hero Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, how are we doing? Scale of 1 to 10. You to be honest with me. I want to describe a little bit about what we're potentially noticing that is different about this eclipse rather than eclipses that we have experienced in the past. You might be feeling it. You might be like, this eclipse is hitting a little bit differently. And there's a couple of different reasons for that, in my opinion, and we're going to go through them. And one of them has to do, right, with the observation in relationality to where the totality of this eclipse cycle could actually be seen. This eclipse is an occluded eclipse. It's not something, it's an eclipse that is not going to necessarily, it was not necessarily seen by everyone, specifically because it's the space of totality is all the way, like, you got to go all the way out to Antarctica. You know, have fun on that trip, right? But there's something really important when we think about that concept, or when we take that into consideration, right? And it's interesting too, in relationality to the work that we see that's happening planetarily right now, specifically with the fact that we recognize that Saturn and Aries have just moved out of Pisces into Aries, and we're experiencing the first Pisces season by which that's occurring. And it was why I was kind of articulating prior to this point, right? The observation of understanding how it feels to do our own shadow work, right? And what does it often feel like when we're doing our own shadow work? And I'm just going to articulate again that shadow work is not, it's, you know, I know it sounds very intimidating, but it's being able to face the parts of ourselves by which a lot of our deep trauma rests, right? The part of ourselves that don't feel up to the task, the parts of the self that often feel squeamish, the parts of ourselves that we carry our self-consciousness around, right? And we all have those aspects of the self. But when we effectively confront them or face them, we become more beautiful, right? Because it's not the observation by which we become perfect, but it's the bravery that it takes to be able to work through things that are difficult, that often express or help us experience the level of energetic responsibility that we bring to things, right? And you probably know individuals like that in your own life, right? And the space by which it's almost the space by which we find, right, the source of truth within ourselves, like the work we do to understand ourselves, that then what happens in the context of constantly being in the space by which we're trying to confront the truth within ourselves, we become profoundly reliable, right? Like, it comes with the territory, right? Because you bring that everywhere you go, right? It's the reliability that one finds within that expresses itself without. And it often can generate those feelings of emotional compassion that we feel for one another. And this is often why, like, and you'll describe this is why sometimes when you experience somebody who's really reliable, you might feel this overwhelm of emotionality. And why do you feel that overwhelm of emotionality? Because you understand, right? It's like the honesty that we find within that is expressed without. And it's hard to put into words, right? It's hard to put into words as it relates to being able to experience that, because it's the observation of how much work it takes to effectively arrive to that destination. And everything that we're effectively going through right now, and this is what I mean about this eclipse cycle, you know, it feels intense, right? But it also potentially feels fortifying, right? That has a lot to do with all of that Aries energy that we've recently moved into, because it's a conversation that we identify that speaks about, right, the capability of feeling emotions is directly proportional to how strong we are to feel fortified to be able to navigate those emotions. And this is what we talk about. It's a conversation on emotional intelligence. And what's odd about emotional intelligence is the ability, it's not the ability by which you get strong in it by being able to talk about emotions or being able to experience, like, it's not the space by which you're constantly projecting your emotions. You'll notice that those who are like, it's not really emotional intelligence, be like emotions, emotion. But the space by which we feel the energetic strength of them, right? The ability to effectively like sit within the framework of the self is often directly proportional to how vulnerable, like how much we have become, and I want to say fortified in our vulnerability, right? And this is why vulnerability is so important to be able to recognize is a gift, because the journey of moving towards healthy relationship is not the experience to be endured, right? Like a healthy relationship is not an endurance test, but rather the space by which we find ourselves further and further fortified in our own vulnerability, right? The observation of being able to feel that allows us to be able to articulate an experience or speak upon it in a greater way. Now, this is really important, and it is having a different impact depending on whether you connect to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Let's talk first about what we're potentially seeing in relationality to the masculine energy. A lot of the masculine energy right now, like the word I keep on feeling coming through is bearing the brunt, right? And this is often what it potentially feels like when masculine is coming through or going through that journey of understanding the self. It's working through the experience of bearing the brunt of past experiences of masculine energy, right? Specifically because, right, and this is often what we talk about, like you want to talk about healing, like healing ancestral connections or healing the space by which we ourselves are trying to do something better, right? You can't do something better unless you're able to bear the brunt of what has occurred before, right? That is building into the standard of the reliability and energetic strength in terms of moving towards a healthy direction. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively working through that, identifying and recognizing and feeling that weight, like feeling the energy that often feels frustrated, right? It's enervating, right? It's absolutely, it's so frustrating to experience the fact that you're trying to work to make something better, but then recognizing that you're also potentially carrying or bearing the brunt of everything that has energetically come before. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, that ability to build into that context of empathy and understanding, right? It's being able to effectively build into context with a sense of patience, but also, I keep on seeing, allowing a lot of the vulnerability that comes up in those experiences to fortify, because it's the observation of understanding, right? That same space of feeling frustration and not going, forget this, like, right? Like, not working into the space by which we let our frustration move us further away from what it is that we're navigating towards, but allowing it, right? Allowing that frustration to move us deeper into our own like energetic repose is the space by which we find the force to be able to compose ourselves as we move through a lot of emotions getting intense, right? Because again, this is what happens in deepening relationships. This is why we talk about emotional intelligence. And this is what's beautiful about it. It's not the space by which you become emotionally intelligent and go, I feel everything, but it says, I feel everything, which means I'm ready to feel more things, right? I can navigate the weight of these emotions that alleviates us, right? That alleviates us having the capability of being able to feel even more. It's heavy, it's hard, right? It's burdensome. Now, for feminine energy, a lot of difference that we're potentially recognizing that's happening here. For a lot of the feminine energy right now, this is potentially the ability to feel energetically strong or to find the confidence within the self. And I got to describe, right? Like in this energy right now, a lot of the Pisces energy, it's very easy, right? It's very easy. The emotions are here, the emotions are there, the emotions are everywhere, right? They go, they and it's often working through the fact that when we're going through a lot of this, and I want to describe this here, like we're going through an eclipse cycle in Pisces season. And so Piscean energy, like the eclipses often amplify our own sensitivities. So if you're someone, like, again, often the space by which you feel very energetically inclined, eclipse seasons can feel like a lot of feelings or emotionalities coming through. But the ability to find resolve, right? The ability to find resolve and allow the amplification of intention to effectively be the space by which you feel the emotions, right? But you don't allow the emotions to carry you away. Like, woo! It's just, but being able to effectively find that point of energetic stability and effectively move things forward in that way. We keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's something that I keep on seeing. It may be feeling more like a process of steadiness, right? The ability of potentially like allowing for the emotionality or the emotions to come up, but giving, like, taking more breaks or being more energetically steady. Because, and I keep on getting this for feminine, steadiness is readiness, right? The observation that we effectively work through by which we feel our own frustrations coming up, right? But we don't allow the energetic frustrations to stop us in our own tracks, but rather the observation of how we're feeling, right? The healthy feelings that have directions attached to them that allow something to effectively progress. So we see that for a lot of that energy, it could be feeling more, nuanced, but the nuance that we're potentially observing there is being able to understand and I keep wondering, taking logical approaches to emotional situations is the best way I can describe what I'm seeing there. Now, for non-binary energy, there's something really important that we see, because I keep on hearing it's working through and identifying the context of how one carries one's own healing journey. And this is why I keep on seeing, I feel like some of the energy I'm seeing of non-binary is almost like working through the feeling of having, um, working through a complex in relationality to the way that others describe healing, if that makes sense. And let me kind of dive into that for a minute, because it's the observation of having gone through experiences by which I see a lot of the energy being like, I never intended to heal. Like it's the space by which one had to effectively come into something, not because one felt the desire to, but because one literally had to. Right? The observation that often, this is what trauma does, right? Trauma, and this is why trauma is kind of hilarious to a certain extent, because trauma is always trying to teach something, and trauma always ends up teaching the wrong lessons, right? Like that's the wild thing about it. Like trauma will be like instruction, like, right? It's like the modality by which someone tries to impress something into oneself, and the ability to find oneself in the process of the trauma that is effectively so focused upon what it is that they effectively energetically desire to impress. And this is why and I feel like it's interesting too, because it's working through the observation of what feels like it makes a lasting impression, right? The impression that we create in the wake of our intention is often something that is interesting, right? And this is why we talk about the significance and the value of being energetically intentional, because energetic intentions are good, but being conscientious of one's intentions is even better, because this is a lot of energy that understands that a lot of their trauma came from energy that felt like they had the best intentions, of course, right? But this is also what we recognize that trauma comes from, right? The insistence that one's intentions are best is also a source of trauma when we are, and the way that we effectively recognize that our intentions are best are the space by which we talk about them, right? The space by which we're eager to have those conversations. So I see that for a lot of the energy, it's working through, right? It's working through coming into one's own feeling of authenticity, potentially even in ways that may surprise the self, because I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy recognizes or identifies that, in a way, that ability of coming towards others in a vulnerable space, it is our highest, it's our most beautiful compassionate shield, right? Because how another person, right, how another person navigates our own vulnerability, it's wild, right? It talks a lot more about them than it ever has to do about us. So I feel like that's that's a lot of the energy, taking very compassionate, vulnerable approaches to situations, but in a way, because it articulates or it speaks towards how much they themselves have effectively worked through. I keep on getting like worked through, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of emotions coming up too, because it's the understanding of how important that is. It's a continuation of understanding what a gift vulnerability is and why we work to effectively protect it. Because vulnerability is what is needed in order to ever be able to understand something more. And when we hold vulnerability as our highest priority, beautiful things occur, because it's the understanding of recognizing what we effectively value. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's trying to articulate that, but in ways that, and how another person receives it, like almost tells the self everything that one needs to know in relationality to moving towards what feels like it allows for the space by which one feels emotionally vulnerable or safe to be oneself. So it's maybe feeling like, I want to describe it, it may be feeling very like this energy, and we're going to kind of like experience this like as we're going through a lot of this eclipse cycle, right? Like working through the amplification of a lot of that rawness or that tenderness, but that allows for the context of building into a deeper sense of expansion. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I'd also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Cup Court cards. We're going to be studying the Cup Court cards. We just studied the Sword Court suit. We're going to study the history of those cards, the symbology. We're going to work through the spread applications, how to read those cards in any direction that they may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to present you a unique spread that'll help you channel the messages of those cards into your own readings, and you can find all of that over on my stack. Your monthly subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it, as well as the opportunity that if you become a founding member, not only will you have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, but you'll also have access to a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything that we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on the one we've got coming up. This next lunation cycle is going to be, it's going to be intense. You can find all of that over on my stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. And our other giveaway is going to be, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today? I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through before we get started. Welcome, Ophi. Oh, I'm doing well, dear. How are you doing today? And thank you. I've got you first on the list today, dear. You'll also be having an additional card in your reading. Thank you as well, Deb. Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you today. For a reading angel, for non-subscribers, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. And Arizona, thank you for the follow as well. Excellent, Per. I hope it's wishing you safe travels. How are you doing today, Chosen? Chris, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. These are donation-based readings. It's $29 or more for non-subscribers. How are you doing today, Michael? Again, I do my readings here. If you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. And understood. Thank you for the help, Bridget. I really appreciate it. Well, we are going to get started on a free collective momentarily, if you'd like to stick around for that. Excellent. I appreciate the help, Bridget. Feeling very close to being carried away right now. Ground yourself, okay? Ryan, this is what I'm going to say. And you know what I say during eclipse cycles. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea. Like, sit on it for a minute, right? Like, give it a moment. Allow yourself to be fortified as it relates to making decisions. I always like to say this during eclipse cycles. It's not the fact that we can't implement changes or do things differently during eclipses, but it's better to do something that you've had your heart set upon, not like you want to avoid like the eclipse made me do it type of energy. Right? It's a lot of that kind of work. So just making sure that you're building forth in that way, but in a way that feels very healthy and supported. Absolutely. Healed. Healed. Amazing, Bridget. I had to watch. Oh, I know. It's yeah, I get it. We need to have like a whole chat on that, like in the we just need to have a chat like in the disco about I guess we don't have like a show we don't have like a shows channel. Maybe we need a shows channel. Hi there, Avatar. Good to see you. Erin, good to see you. 111 tap to claim. And thank you for getting on the list, Stella. You'll be the second person read for today. Thank you for reposting, Pisces. I appreciate you. I'm doing good. Here's the thing about it. I like to point out, I was born between eclipses, so I feel like it's not. I often describe this too. Like I see this with those who are like sometimes born like next to retrogrades. Like it doesn't. I'm like, it's just like this feels normal. Like it's just like it doesn't. I don't think it affects me in the same way. I feel like it's just like I'm like, yeah, like, let's put on some Maiden and go for it. Hi there, Kath. I know, I'm glad to be back too. Yes, you are first on the list today, Alexandra, and you're gonna have an additional card in your reading as well. Happy Monday, Pisces. Yeah, I know. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna get through it. Okay. Grand Rising, Team Olsana. Good to see you this day. One moment. Claire, it looks like, oh, there was a glitch. What? Yes, you're all good now. Yeah, I can see it on my end. I'm glad to see that it got resolved. And thank you for being patient during that. Yeah, same here. You wondered if you were? What do you mean? Oh, you're the same way? Oh, that makes sense. Yep, no problem, dear. As I mentioned, we are going to get started, and welcome to those who are joining us across the other apps as well. Just a reminder, if you want to get on the list too, all you need to do is head over to the Binks in my Lio, and you can also get on the list. You'll be the third person read for today. That said, we always offer first priority to anyone who got on the list the day before. So we're going to be reading for Alexandra before we get started on today's Daily Collective. And Bridget, you can absolutely get on the list from Friday. Hold on a minute, let me just confirm. Bum, bum, bum. Where are we? You said Friday. 100K on Friday. Monday. Not Friday. Monday. Okay. I found it. It's fine. All right. You'll be the third person read for today. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you can go ahead and just go ahead and let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back to the list as well. No problem, dear. As I mentioned, we are going to get started. What are dates even? The first person that we are reading for today, as I mentioned, is going to be, hold on a moment. Where are we? We are reading, so Alexandra, I know that you sent information yesterday. Is this inside tea or outside tea? And for anybody joining us, if you'd like to get on the list, we read here for highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, and Mind, Body, Spirit. Spirit with a P. Okay, if you have information that you feel is relevant to the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And bear with me a moment. Oh, you just deleted it. It's fine. It's okay. Is the one I'm seeing, do you need another minute to post your question? I deleted it just in case I changed. I appreciate that though. I can absolutely read I got that from Spirit. Spirit. It's like, that's what I think of. Spirit. It's like, don't tell anybody. All right. The list I have right now is, Alexandra, Stella, and Bridget. And so if you get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. All right. Do you need another minute, Alexandra? I mean, I can read you after the Daily Collective if you need time to reframe the question. You just let me know. And also, friends, we are going to be, you can wait, you want to wait until after the collective, that's perfectly fine. Okay, wonderful. You'll still get the extra card though. All right, so as I mentioned, guys, we are going to dive right into the daily collective. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. And if you want to get off the hold list, in the meantime, we are doing 2 different giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, we're already at 3.5. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing right now is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Now, the person who is highest right now for that is actually Bridget. So congratulations, Bridget. Thank you for those gifts. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, February 23rd, 2026. We are going to be doing a harmonic energy update today, and we're going to get started with first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today are, what do we have coming through? We have here the Ace of Wands in its upright, in combination with the Wheel of Fortune in its upright. Let's talk about it. Okay, those are some intense cards to be starting our reading with, but I think that it also makes a lot of sense given the fact that we're currently navigating eclipse season. And the one thing I like to describe with this eclipse season is working into the space of effectively trying to articulate or trying to effectively bring forth energetic changes within the self, within the relationship, within the context of our own energetic sense of I like. And the way I want to describe this, and this is really important because before we go forwards, we have to go backwards a little bit. And the first thing I want to articulate is understanding, and you're probably used to me saying this if you followed us, if you've been here for a moment. Eclipses, right? It's not the space by which, or my interpretation of the way I read into the energy of eclipses, is that it's not the space by which the energy changes, but it amplifies what is already there, right? It works into the context of being able to effectively see something with better clarity, right? And it's beautiful in that way, right? And this is why I want to describe that often the experience by which we work through frustration is often a moment of celebration, because the space by which we're effectively able to navigate situations with clarity allow us to be able to apply practical effort towards things. And this is what, and I want to describe this, right? It has a lot to do with our own ability of being able to, and we were talking about this before we got it started on the podcast, our ability to effectively know ourselves, right? The space by which we know ourselves effectively fortifies us in relationality to the energy that's around us, right? Because it's the continuation of the context by which we ourselves are able to articulate our own reliability, right? And that's what's beautiful. Like, that's what's beautiful that happens when we're building into the reliability of self, right? It's the context by which we are able to articulate upon something. And not just the space by which we're able to articulate upon it, but the space by which we eagerly, right? We eagerly delight in the space by which the space by which we talk about it. And we often see this, right? Like, you often see that in the eagerness of effectively working through something, right? It's the connection point by which one feels that sense of heightened excitement, by which one is basically able to effectively build off of something. So all of this is effectively happening right now in the context of the fact that we've seen that both Saturn and Neptune have moved into Aries. Now, what's interesting about it, and we got to talk about this a little bit, there's often a misconception with Aries energy that we have to clarify. And the misconception that we often have in relationality to Aries energy is that Aries energy is volatile, right? It's the same space by which we navigate volatility, we also find exuberance lives, right? What is the difference between volatility and exuberance? It has to do with how much we effectively prioritize our own energetic innocence or our own vulnerability. When we look at our vulnerability as a precious gift, we get very, very energetically protective upon it, right? And we often see this in the journey of those who carry a lot of Aries placements, right? You'll see, like, go find yourself in Aries and talk to them about what they were like when they first arrived here, right? Like, go talk to them, right? Like, talk to them about a lot of that, like a lot of that feeling, right? A lot of that feeling of effectively the space by which we feel like we effectively have to prove things versus the journey that happens within in terms of being able to identify and feel the value of the self, right? And that's what happens often in the context, right? And let's talk about being provocative in the best way possible. Because when we've effectively worked through our own energetic frustration upon things, we effectively become provocative in the best way possible because the provocation that we experience doesn't happen from outside the self, it happens from within, right? It's like, it's not the space by which you feel the context of having to effectively prove it without, but the space by which you effectively see the self and aspire and desire to move in a greater way, right? It's a lot of that. It's kind of in the space, and I like to describe this because this is a lot of the work that we see that a lot of the energy is navigating right now in terms of working through frustration, but not in a way by which it feels like it moves one further away from something, but in the way by which one is able to channel that frustration into something that feels energetically productive. Now, this is really important, specifically and particularly because in relationality to a lot of the relationships that are effectively coming together right now, and we're going to talk a little bit about this, we see that, and we're going to speak specifically towards the world relationships that are happening right now. And the reason I'm identifying them as world relationships is they're effectively working through the lessons that we identify in the world card of the tarot, right? And these are the relationships that were coming together between the time of January 18th. So that new moon in Capricorn energy in Capricorn season, which I'm sure really ground the gears to a certain extent, right? Versus into the present. And it's the observation of effectively identifying and recognizing what we ourselves, right? And this is what's beautiful about it, right? When we work through the context of being frustrated, and then we energetically do something about it in a way by which we effectively flourish, right? It's the observation of allowing the frustration to move us into the context of the relationships by which we ourselves prioritize our own energetic flourishing. And this is a gift because what happens when we do that? We become energetically reliable to those around us, right? It's the space by which our frustration feels like it's a gift because we know what to do with it. We know what to do with it. Oh, what do I do with this frustration? Oh, I hate it. I'm gonna put it over here, right? It's a space by which we are effectively always able to take that frustration and use it in like the frustration that fertilizes, right? The frustration that we put into things that feel like they effectively grow into something greater. And that becomes the energetic gift to those around us. And so I see that for a lot of those relationships right now, It's working through, right, the security, the safety they feel. And this is what's beautiful about it too. When we have navigated, right, a lot of the work that we have to do in terms of working through our shadow work has a lot to do with how we effectively navigate our frustration. Because here's the thing that you have to recognize. When we're experiencing frustration, we experience it as fear, right? Like we're feeling fearful in that moment, but others don't feel the fear that we feel in our frustration. They feel, right? They feel the anxiety. They feel the uncertainty, right? And this is why when we start to heal our frustration, we become each other's anchors. We become each other's safety nets because it's not the space by which we allow the frustration to navigate us in strange directions, but the space by which we are effectively able to take that frustration and put it, right, put it in a healthy place that allows for the expansion of partnership. And so I think that this is really interesting right now because for some reason I'm seeing that some of this energy in relationality to those connections is working through the frustration of the self, right? Working through, and I keep on getting, right? We often see this with eclipse cycles, feeling a lot of that amplification, feeling a lot of those moments by which you potentially overly, like, you those tendencies of like overthinking, right, overly obsessing upon things. Like, remember, right, and this is what's beautiful, like, remember that you're navigating eclipse season. So when you're able to effectively identify that and you don't over internalize it upon it, then you allow yourself to effectively move that into a space by which it feels like it's energetically healing. Now, for those new relationships that are coming together right now, I just keep on seeing that this feels, right, that this feels like something by which they're giving each other, right, they're giving each other the gift of alternate energetic perspectives, right, the ability to effectively identify and recognize or see something in a way that one hasn't seen it before. This is beautiful because I keep on hearing that for a lot of that energy with that Ace of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune creates, like, look at that, like that is powerful stuff. Those two cards together, right? It's like it's kind of like, it's not the World card, but it's close. It's close. It's close. Because this is like, and I want to say, like, this is like shield, and also the ability to effectively be able to apply energetic force, and it's all about working through proportion. Now, in relationality to that, and I think that that's beautiful, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of these relationships feel like they're having this like stabilization point in relationality to articulating upon things in a way. And I keep on hearing the gift of these relationships is not working through the context of another person. I feel like a lot of these relationships are working on not taking things personally, but profoundly, right? The observation of the space by which the energy articulates heavily upon the past that allows the space by which one feels energetically stabilized in terms of what one is effectively able to identify or articulate. Now, we're going to move into, from that point, talking about these moon partnerships. Now, the moon partnerships were effectively the relationships that were coming together between the time of that Capricorn, that double Capricorn moon is what I keep on calling it, because it was a new moon in Capricorn up until the time that Uranus initially stationed retrograde, which was around September. Center card for today's spread is the Magician card. This is like a very, I want to describe this right now. This is a very intense, first row of cards. Okay, it's like, it's coming in hot. So we've got a lot of this magician energy, and I want to describe this. These moon relationships. Let me just walk you through what we were seeing there. Remember when I said that these moon relationships, never before, right? Never before have they been in experiences or circumstances or situations by which I keep on seeing, there's never been a modality by which their purpose, they have a lot of trauma. And I keep on seeing the trauma that they're bringing into partnership was the anxiety of the feeling that their purpose damages partnership, right? They've got a lot of trauma on that because, and I want to describe this. This is potentially why this energy works into the space by which they sometimes are very energetically resistant to come into partnership, because everything that I'm effectively seeing there has to do with the fact that they have shared trauma wounds in relationality to trying to do nothing but focus on your purpose, right? You could be minding your own business, just trying to focus on your purpose. But when you're not in a relationship that prioritizes purpose, right? Then often the space by which another person takes that purpose personally can create the wound, right? They can create the wound in relationality to another person, articulating that they don't feel like they're prioritizing properly. And this is why I feel like this is a very emotional time for some of the individuals in those relationships, because the ability to have found a relationship by which not only are they moving towards their purpose, but they're building into the context of their purpose with someone who holds their purpose as preciously as they do, right? There's a lot of this energy that I feel like is putting even, they're finding even more energy to put towards things because they're moving towards their purpose. And then they're feeling very passionate about their connection that allows them to move towards their purpose. So then they feel more passionate, and then that passion that they channel into their purpose, and then they've got all this passion. And where does the passion go? It goes back into the relationship that allows one to be able to focus on one's purpose more. So it's like it's the energy, it's that Aries energy. It's that Aries energy kicking in, right? Like that's a lot of that. There's a lot of that potential expansion that's happening. But I keep on hearing a lot of that expansion has to do with like it's like the energy being like, I don't know where to put all I don't know where to put all this. Now continuing to get clarified, but also potentially having a lot of feelings coming up in relationality to past experiences by which they themselves felt energetically frustrated in relationality to working through they're able to see the trauma in the past like they've never seen it before. And there's a lot of emotionality there, but I almost feel like a lot of it, I feel like a lot of that emotionality is being healed even as quickly as it's coming up. You know, it's like there's that Aries energy being like, it's like, and it's gone. Now continuing to get move deeper right now, we're going to get into those temperance relationships. And it's interesting too, because I actually got bottom of the deck here, and I'm actually holding the deck in a way that I can see this card. This is the next card. So this one's coming from the bottom and this one's coming from the center. Ooh, look at that. I want to describe what we're seeing right now with these temperance relationships. Now, remembering that the temperance relationships were the partnerships that were coming together when we were working on the lessons that we find in the temperance card. So that was effectively between the time of, I want to describe it as the time that Uranus first stationed direct, so that was around September 6th, up until the solstice period that we had over the summer. Now, let's walk through what we're seeing here. This energy, right? This energy works very heavily into the context of the amplification of recognizing the stabilization point of everything is possible so long as the work is mutual, right? There's a lot of that mutuality that we're effectively seeing there. And I want to describe that for a lot of those temperance relationships, this is potentially feeling like a vulnerable time. Now, why do we see that for some of those temperance energies right now, it feels much more like library energy is the best way I can describe it. There's more of a solemnity there. And why are we effectively seeing that? And I want to describe it too. Like there's a little bit of this energy that feels and I want to like the way how do I describe this best? working through the space of taking. I need to describe, this is what I appreciate about these temperance relationships. The ability to take a soft approach to things during eclipse cycles is an absolute gift. Like, and we're gonna get, that's for like, that is that, you want to talk about like the identification, it's feeling that like the space by which we work through our own space of energetic refinement is often the space by which we effectively identify or we work into. And I keep on hearing perfect, like perfect is not found, it's created, right? And when we identify ourselves, you want to know how you heal from a wound of perfection. You say to yourself, I am a perfect maker, right? And what do we say that? Why do we say that? Because when you're healing from a wound of perfection, what you're really doing is you're condemning yourself, right? You're looking around the self constantly being like, everything is better, right? But that's an illusion because everybody feels like that. Okay, like everybody, like that person that you think is perfect, they are feeling like that too, right? Like it's the observation. And so when you're going through the observation that you're feeling the frustration of not being perfect, and then you just realign yourself and go, I am a perfect maker, right? I am a perfect maker. I am not here to seek perfection. I am here to create perfection. Ooh, that hits different. That hits differently, doesn't it? That hits a little, that hits a little bit differently, doesn't it? And it's at work that we effectively recognize, right? And I feel like that's what we're effectively seeing that is happening right now. But it's hard. It's hard for these temperance energies, a lot of trauma potentially around, like if I'm saying the word perfect and those energies in deep in temperance relationships wins, right? Like I feel like this is a lot of the energy that is working through, right? They're working through healing wounds of perfection, potentially, and again with counterpart, right? The counterpart that almost says to another person gently, I love you, because things become perfect in your hands because you know what to do with them, right? Like that's what's so like that. What is love? What is love if not that, right? What is love if not that? The ability of seeing something and being able to say, right? Being able to be careful, right? To be careful. Like we're very careful when we do that because we navigate our love gently, right? And so there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of temperness, there's a lot of it's interesting, I was trying to say tenderness. I was trying to say tenderness, but temperance, like the word temperance was like flying out of my mouth because it's the tenderness that allows us to build into our love of temperance, right? Because I need to point out temperance, we've forgotten what temperance means, right? Temperance is when you're working on something very delicate and you're like, it needs to be, you got to hit just the right temperature because if not it's not going to go the way you want it to go, right? So it's understanding, right? It's being able to navigate something with a sense of care and delicacy. And you can't fake, here's the thing about it, you can't fake temperance. You can't fake temperance. You got to really love something to be able to be, like, and then that's where you see, that's like the Aries energy. No, you got to turn it just the right way, right? So you got to, like, it's those little things that we know about each other that build into the space of saying, I've spent an infinity caring about this, right? I can, and I understand the energetic nuance of something. So we see that there's a lot of that type of energy here. I told you. That's because the eclipse is way over there. It's way over there. All right. Now let's continue right now. We're going to continue right now, and we're going to be moving back into the blah, blah, blah. We're moving back into those world relationships. So the energy solitude right now. Clarification between the Wheel of Fortune in its upright and the Ace of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify. There's that King of Wands. Let's talk about this here. Let's talk, like, the thing with the King of Wands and its reversal. And I want to describe this. And this is what I effectively see is happening for a lot of that energy, right? A lot of that energy that is effectively, I keep on hearing a lot of that energy that is effectively working through something. And the one thing I keep on seeing with a lot of the energy that is in solitude right now is, it says to me, it is the amplification of not being like, and this is when there's a lot of inner child healing that's happening right now for energy that is in solitude. And I need to stress this. So, you know, you've heard me say this before. Inner child healing has nothing, it's not about the person that you were when you were a child. It's the person that you were when you thought you knew everything, right? We all have those moments. Like that is literally what we talk about with maturing. The problem, and that's the hard part about being immature, right? What is the first thing? What is the first sound you hear? Right? What is the first sound you hear from immature energy? I'm ready. Like, they were in fact not ready. Right? It's like, it's when you approach things with the recognition of understanding, right? Like I want to describe this, like it's funny, and the reason I'm laughing about it is because some of this energy coming into relationship right now is, I keep on hearing unsteady is still ready, is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on hearing unsteady is still ready, because these are relationships that are not coming to each other with bravado, right? They're not coming to each other with bravado. They're not like, it's not cool energy. It's a lot of that energy that's worked into the space of, I keep on seeing, like they know themselves very well. And even in the space by which they articulate, right? Yeah, I feel like there's something about it here that almost describes, it sounds, it's like, I want to say like the energy is trying to come, like I feel like I almost see the energy trying to get better about the way that they speak about themselves, is what I keep on seeing. Because a lot of that force that we see there, and you see how like as soon as I started reading for it, like I had to clear my throat. um it says to me that like the energy is effectively working through something in such a way that they often, I feel like it's the, like the way, like, and it's interesting too, because it has to do with the space by which we come to know one another, right? It's always clumsy, right? And I like this as well, and I read, like I often talk about this. You know, there's like and this is why, you know, and this is where I argue with people. This is why I always associate Fool energy to Aries, right? Because it's often, it's not the space by which we feel energetically foolish, but it's like the modality by which our eagerness, right, is endearing, right? It's often those moments that we feel like we're stumbling over ourselves. But even in the space by which we stumble over ourselves, it articulates the care by which we bring to things, right? And so I see that for a lot of the energy effectively working through experiences like that, they're coming, I keep wondering, they're coming to care for the part of themselves that dare, right? And that's how you heal that. You come to care for the part that dares. Because, and that's a hard part about it, right? The part, and I want to describe this. This is the healthy ego, right? The healthy ego does not create the space by which you have to say to the self, right? Like, you know, like, I'm ready. Like, you know, like somebody, you punch yourself up. Like, you don't have to like get yourself like, but you say, I hold the part of the self that dares with love, because that's a scary place, right? Like the energy of trying, right? The energy of trying is painful, because you never know what you energetically can find there. But this is why when we hold that part of ourselves with compassion, then we look at situations and we don't feel upset, right? We don't feel upset when we discover things there that we're not expecting, right? Because it's like the care that we bring to the part that dares, that allows us to kind of move into the space by which we can dare carefully. Is what I keep on hearing. It's like we can dare carefully, which is a lot of that, like, if I may be so bold kind of energy. There's like, it's very courteous. It's very courteous in that energy right now. But I'm not surprised to see that, because what do we have? What do we have that just moved into Aries? We got Saturn. We got Saturn. We got Saturn and Neptune like shaking hands, like, okay, right? Emotions, like strength. this is how we can merge these in a way that feels beautiful, right? We hold the space of dare with a sense of compassion. Now continuing, moving back into those moon relationships. What is going on in them moon relationships right now, my friends? These are wands, this magician stuff. Well, can I get one card to clarify, please? Oh my goodness. Ace of Cups. That's so much like Ace of Cups energy. And here's the thing about it. There is, and I want to describe this, and this is what I keep on, and this is like, again, when we talk about, right, a relationship won't fix anything. The right relationship will fix everything. And why do we, and this is what we have to identify, and I got to talk about this because this is what this energy is understanding. Okay. It's the observation of understanding that the quality of a relationship is not the space by which what we aspire for it to become, but what we energetically find is there. And it doesn't mean that there isn't work that we apply to things, right? We recognize that when we're building into a healthy relationship, the first place that the work goes is this way. And that doesn't mean that there isn't work outside of relationship that we have to navigate, right? That doesn't mean, and this is often what you see, like when you start building unstable relationships, you'll have unstable relationships by which another person is like, everything is fine, right? And there's a person going, everything is fine. And there you see another person that's withering, that's like holding on to a lot of energetic resentment in the space by which another person is feeling that fineness. Or the modality by which like energy is so worried, right? So worried about rocking the boat that the boat doesn't go anywhere, right? So the modality by which we work, right? And this is what I keep on seeing with this, like this moon energy, right? Like Ace of Wands with Ace of Cups. This is like the energy of articulating about recognizing that the journey that we find in balance, right? The journey that we find in balance is proportional to holding, right? Holding our own purpose, but then also holding the purpose of counterpart with equal dexterity, right? And it doesn't mean that we're energetically perfect. We're not, we're far from it, right? But that ability of effectively recognizing and understanding that is often the space, and we'll talk about this, right? We don't look at relationships and say to ourselves, like, why am I not energetically centered in it? But the ability by which we find the stability within the self that allows us to effectively feel the stability of the relationship, by which we don't necessarily need to constantly energetically concentrate upon it. I told you, this eclipse is not something that can be seen. Okay. And that's what I told you. These relationships are building into finding a relationship by which they found the firmament, right? And the relationship that feels like it provides the firmament is the space by which they feel like the relationship is one by which they see each other moving towards their purpose, right? And they feel that vibration of energetic delight. They feel that modality of centering, right? Without having to focus entirely upon it, right? It's very hard to describe. Okay, it's very hard to describe. I hope I'm doing my best in describing it. Those who are experiencing it are probably going like this. Okay. But that's why I keep on seeing that this energy is kind of going like because it feels like they can move towards their purpose with more alacrity or with more speed. Now, continuing to get clarification, and we're moving right now towards those temperance relationships, and this is where I feel like a lot of this vulnerability is coming from. One card to clarify, and that's the Three of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Three of Wands in its reversal energy. The temperance relate, you sound like a very different energy right now. and the way I want to describe it is the energy working through this right now. It's very there's a lot of refinement here, right? We've got a Virgo full moon coming up, and I feel like a lot of this energy is already kind of like they're already in that type of vibration, right? And I keep on getting, it's the beauty, right? It's the energetic beauty of working through something. And I love this about each other, because this is the energy that cares, like that cares about one another so much, that they're able to articulate and define upon nuance, right? They're taking nuanced approaches to things. And what's beautiful about that, and again, right, we see in a lot of those the energy in solitude right now, the energy that says learning to care for the part that dares, right? This is the energy that is effectively like working like working upon things quietly, right? It's the space by which they're potentially working to energetically perfect something. And I keep on getting like they're deep within temperance, because it's understanding. And I love teaching upon the temperance card for this reason, because I often feel I often feel like the temperance card is misinterpreted, right? Temperance, even in the card itself, you see somebody taking the temperature, right? Like you think that foot is standing on the water. Is the foot standing on the water, or is it dipping a toe in the water, right? The care that we bring as it relates to effectively being energetically attentive and sensitive, right? The attentiveness and the sensitivity that we bring to things is an amplification on our force of care. And it's something that is quiet, right? It's something that is often something that is often um, unseen in the space by which others or don't like others who are or don't realize it, don't recognize or identify it. But the gift that we bring to situations by being able to effectively recognize or understand, right, what is energetically needed, or how we can effectively improve something. It's often hard, right? Because sometimes when you get into some of that minute work, you get really frustrated, right? It gets harder because it sometimes feels like you want to energetically give up on things, right? There's all that frustration that gets in the way of perfection. But when we find that ability to effectively like refine something, right, then we're effectively tempering it, right? Because we have to temper ourselves. We have to have control of our temper in order to temper, right? We have to have control. The only way you can temper is if you have control of your own temperament. Like that's what's beautiful about it. It's like it's a lot of that work. So it's beautiful because it talks about the beauty of doing something minute that helps us with our own temper, because it allows the space by which we feel all the things we feel, and then we don't let it get in the way. We're able to effectively like pinpoint it better, right? We often learn, but this is going to be coming up, but like, and I got to tell you, this is like the power of like a Pisces, a Virgo moon in Pisces season is like that. It's like everything moving, and you're like, now, and I feel like that's why that energy is working upon something. But I keep on hearing they're working upon something in the space by which they themselves are trying to articulate how much they feel about it, because they understand they understand why it means so much, right? There's a lot of that there's a lot of that emotionality there. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving back into the energy in solitude right now. Clarification between that Knight of Cups and the Three of Pentacles and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. We've got the Seven of Cups in its upright. Now, let's talk a little bit about. And every time I start reading for the energy in solitude, there goes that throat chakra. And like the like I want to describe this because it has to do, right? It has to do with us. I feel like there's something really important that's happening right now as it relates to our it's I feel like there's a there it goes again. There's a recontextualization as it relates to finesse that we see that's potentially happening. And what's beautiful about that is when another there it goes. Hold on a minute. And let me get like this is what I mean too. Like when we get energetically excited, to talk about something, it's often hard to talk about it. You ever notice that? Right? Like, it's like, you're like, ooh, I finally get to talk about it. Why can't I talk about it? Right? It often works into the space by which, like the space by which we ourselves often get like frustrated, right? Because in the moment by which we feel that space by which we talk about something, we always get mad at ourselves that we don't feel like we communicated, like we don't feel like we've communicated the full gravitas of something. But this is what's beautiful about it, right? Because often, and this is what's beautiful, is like that there's something about the beauty. Like there's something beautiful upon the energy in solitude that recognizes that when we care, like when we see or identify something, it's the ability of being able to, I keep on getting, understand and recognize each other's well, right? And what do I mean by well, right? It's the observation, and especially when we come into new relationship, right? We don't know each other's wells, right? We don't navigate them the way that we anticipate. We know what to energetically expect there. And through conversation, right, we clarify upon each other's well, right? It's the space by which we bring clarity through conversation. And so when we understand this, right, then we become very eager to effectively continue conversations because it's the space by which we effectively identify and recognize the space of desiring to move deeper into energetic connection upon things. And this is why, and I want to point this out, this is why I see a lot of the energy in solitude, healing, right? Healing from the traumatics, like the trauma of past connection by which they felt like they were in energetic separation, because I see a lot of that energy that is taking, right, a very compassionate approach to how they're navigating healthy relationship, right? This is the energy that almost articulates and says, better, right, a healthy relationship. And this is why we talk about the fact by which you can say there's nothing more damaging on this earth than saying, I need a relationship, because like any relationship will do, and being like, no, like, no, it doesn't work like that, right? Because the space by which we understand a healthy manifestation is being able to understand our why. You want to move into a healthy manifestation, answer the why first, right? Don't be like, I need that. Be like, but why is it important to you, right? Why, what does that signify? What does that articulate? Because when we effectively understand our why, we start to become more centered. We start to understand. And that doesn't mean, right? It doesn't mean that something that we aspire for is unnecessary, right? It's understanding the reason by which we feel connected to it. And when we understand and this is what's interesting about it, everyone has a different why that they bring to relationship, right? And it's not to say, right, everybody's whys in a certain way, everybody's whys are okay, so long as we are energetically clear upon what that why is, which is why sorry, which is why it's really important. And this is what's happens when you move towards a relationship. The first thing you need to talk about is like what that signifies. And often you'll notice what happens when you try to bring the significance of the relationship to a relationship that's not looking for any significance, right? Just looking for something, right? Someone will immediately reject you. They'll be like, oh, and they'll be like, you're one of them, right? Like, and you'll probably hear that, right? They'll utilize the ubiquitous they, right? Like, oh, look, the ubiquitous they, because it's the space by which another person isn't putting a lot of thought into things, right? It's the amplification of understanding that we bring our importance with us as it relates to manifestations, because often when someone doesn't have a healthy manifestation, they're not that inclined in talking about it, are they? A healthy manifestation is one that's mutually shared. So the best thing you can bring to new relationship is conversation. And the modality by which another person understands the significance of it fortifies upon the fact that you're moving towards it with that same space of healthy, right? Healthy maturity and dexterity. So I feel like that's a lot, like that is and what do we see that's potentially happening right now for a lot of the energy in solitude, right? Coming into the space by which they're learning to care for the part of the self that dares, right? So that is healing the egoic self, while simultaneously like working into the space of navigating the discomfiture of being able to talk about why they prioritize relationship as they're moving towards one, to help them fortify, and the conversation of relationship that acts as shield to effectively find the space by which another person is invested in another's well. I hope that makes sense. Now continuing to get clarification. Moving into those moon relationships, clarification between our King of Wands and its reversal and that Ace of Cups energy. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Wands. That's a lot of wand energy every time. Reading for the moon relationships right now. Just wands everywhere. Wands everywhere. There's wands. But I want to describe. But this is why. Like, and I feel like that's the thing about it, though. Like, I feel like a lot of those moon relationships right now are experiencing something that feels like an energetic green light. And the reason I'm identifying it as a green light is because, like, look at this. Like, I just want to show you what I'm seeing in these cards. These are the relationships by which they've had, like, this is the energy that carries their purpose. Like, this is like, I feel like this energy, like, look at this energy before they found partnership. They're like, here I come with my purpose that another person is going to say that they love until they don't love it because they see what it means to actually be in the space of having to fulfill it, right? And so this is a lot of the energy that often, like, this is the energy going, me and my purpose. Like, it's working through the space by which they've often felt like they've had to leave relationships by which the purpose was identified as shadow. And that's really painful, right? Because this is almost the energy, I can almost hear the energy saying, I articulated that this was, I feel like this is the energy that tried to say to another in the past, saying, I did nothing but try to articulate to another person, right? Like that is the shape and nature of their own, like their own direction. But this is often what happens, because when we're not in a space by which we are truly able to energetically embrace the things that we find, right? The healthy relationship will change you in profound ways, right? I feel like a lot of those relationships have felt like their purpose has been like a weight on their back, right? Because they've had, I keep on hearing like they've had to go places that, with their purpose that they would never aspire to go, but which they felt that they had to in order to protect it. So being able to find a relationship, do you see what's happening right now for some of these moon partnerships? To finally be in a relationship by which another person, and I need to point this out, doesn't mean that they have the same purpose, but someone who has a sense of purpose in the same way. They've gone through the same experience, right? What are they saying to each other? They're saying go, right? And it's beautiful because they're healing their relationship to the word go, right? The go by which they've often experienced, the space by which another person has said to them. I keep on hearing the trauma of someone saying, then go, right? The anger, right? The anger of another person that says, go fill your purpose, right? The hostility or the energetic rage, having to heal from a situation by which another person felt that they weren't being centered in the space of that, by having an energy that says go, right? Like go, but like go that becomes a gift, right? Go that feels like it's energetically healing, that allows them to effectively continue forward into their purpose in ways that they have not dreamt possible before. So I feel like that's a lot, but there's a lot of emotions that may be coming up as they continue through that work. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. Clarification between that Ace of Cups and the Three of Wands and its reversal. Man, it's completely different in there. Hold on, one card to clarify. We got that Devil card. No. It's like, but let's talk about this right now, because I want to just like especially like give these things here, right? The Magician card with this Devil card in combination in the center of the spread. And let's talk about this, right? And we've spoken about this before. We become energetically invested with ourselves because we know what lives there, right? The modality by which, and this is why, like, again, and you'll notice this, like energy that is not invested in doing the work of the self will often try to say to someone, you're self-obsessed, as if that was a bad thing, right? as if as if that was a bad thing, because the thing you have to understand, that self-possession and self-obsession are different things, right? And so this is what I see that a lot of the temperance energy recognizes, that self-possessed energy will often see somebody very invested in understanding themselves so as not to hurt energy around them. And what will they say? You're self-obsessed, right? That's interesting, right? It's almost like a mirror. It's almost, there goes somebody, like, oh, look, there goes somebody who works really hard in understanding all the nuances of the self, because the only way we don't hurt each other is if we understand ourselves. And that doesn't mean that we're not perfect. Even when you're going to do your best to understand yourself, and you're still going to accidentally hurt others along the way, right? But the modality by which we effectively work to understand what lives within us is how all of it becomes energetically blessed, right? And it doesn't mean that it's perfect, but we take ownership of it, right? We effectively claim it for it. We understand it, right? And the space by which we effectively talk about something is the space by which we effectively are able to amplify and recognize what it energetically signifies to us, right? How we energetically feel upon the meaning of it. And so this is a lot of the energy. I feel like this is a lot of energy that is healing from wounds by which another person made them feel like they lost confidence in themselves. Because as they were trying to heal, right, what did they hear all around them? You're self-obsessed, right? Because that's what trauma will say as you're trying to heal, right? Like, as you're trying to heal. And again, if you're not, if it's not hurting anybody, right? If it's not the space by which it's not hurting anybody, then it shouldn't effectively be something that effectively others care for. But the space by which another person projects, right? Projection is powerful stuff. And the hard part is when someone isn't in the space by which they're confronting their own shadow, right? When they're not in the space of facing it, where do they see the shadow? The shadow is here, it's there, it's everywhere. It's kind of amazing, right? You're not confronting the self, and all of a sudden you just see shadows everywhere. Because this is a continuation of the understanding of the lessons of Aquarius that say to us, when you don't face something, when you disassociate, there is nothing more dangerous, because you put it into the unconscious, and the unconscious is our cloud. It conducts our environment, right? Okay, congratulations, you didn't want to face that bad thing. And now you see that bad part of the self. Now you see that bad part of the self everywhere. Everywhere you turn, you see it, right? Because you have to understand, when the universe is a very gentle teacher, right, it wants us to effectively understand ourselves greater. So the modality by which we effectively work upon things is the space by which we ourselves are able to define upon what it is that we're doing in a greater fashion. And it doesn't mean that we're perfect, right? Far from it. But we own our imperfection. We hold our imperfection in both hands and say, this is mine, right? And when we understand our imperfection, nobody else, right? A wild thing happens. Nobody else can tell us what our imperfection is. But you'd be surprised, because that's all trauma wants to do. What does trauma want to do? Trauma wants to take the imperfection of the self that one does not want to take claim for and try to displace it on others. So I see that this is a lot of the energy that is working upon finding their confidence to be vulnerable again. But it's hard, because I feel like a lot of that energy has experienced wounds by which another person took their vulnerability and tried to ruin, right? Tried to ruin instead of hold it gently. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through wounds like that, it's painful, right? And I almost see the energy, like I keep on hearing, like it almost works into the space by which the energy recognizes and identifies circumstances or experiences by which, like, I can see them being like why does them almost having a conversation and saying what's happened between you and them, and you're like, a healing journey, you know what I mean? Like, and it's hard, right? Because that's the energy that effectively tried to move through things and doing the best that they could to bring positive intention. But in unhealthy environments, positive intention doesn't create this positivity point, right? And that's what's painful about trauma. You can't ever put healthy intention into a painful space. This is what temperance energy understands. What does temperance teach us? Everything is possible. Anything is possible. Literally anything is possible, but the work must be mutual, right? If not, the work becomes in healing because becomes not putting intention in impossible places, because that's often what we have a tendency of doing when we're empathic and we're dealing with a trauma environment, right? So it articulates upon recognizing how others receive the positive force of change, continuing to get clarification, and there's a lot of catharsis is potentially rising up in relationality to experiences of that nature. Now, moving back into the energy that is in solitude right now, those world relationships, clarification between our Three of Wands in its reversal in combination with the Four of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Queen of Wands in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about the Queen of Wands. And I want to describe something here. And it's really important in relationality to navigating into the energy that is in solitude. And it has to do with the observation of recognizing and identifying healthy counterpart energy, right? There is the space that we work through, right? There is the space that we work through in relationality to understanding that there are things that can profoundly change, right? We've all gone through those experiences, but we have to be able to navigate the changes that we desire within, because what happens, right? We can never force change on one another. There is nothing more dangerous. There is absolutely nothing more dangerous on this earth than trying to force changes upon one another. Because, right, there's no healing in a forced place. Okay? There is no healing in a forced place. The modality by which we understand there is no healing in a forced place, then it recognizes that when we go to change things, we look, right? We look towards the understanding as to whether another is eager towards changing in the same way. And this is what happens when we build into healthy relationships. You have to recognize that as you're moving towards healthy relationship, the ability to confront what wasn't working, right? It's always energetically proportional. And that isn't to say, right? This isn't to say that some of the energy that we see that's coming into partnership right now hasn't navigated has worked through trauma that one cannot control. But I think that's very interesting because I see the energy being very proportionate in relationality to their own responsibility of navigating trauma. And that's the problem about it, right? Trauma often likes to articulate that it's all one's fault, right? That's what trauma says. It's all your fault. Right? That's what projection goes. Projection goes, it's all your fault. Like, look what you did, right? Like that's a lot of that projection. But when we and it's hard, right? Because you at first you want to say like it's not, but then you say, but it is, right? Because it's the observation of being able to understand that when we're trying to do something better, we can always take something from an experience, but it doesn't make it okay, right? And that's what we often see that is painful, because trauma forces us. It's interesting. And this is what's wild about trauma. Trauma forces us to learn lessons, but it's never the lessons that the trauma is trying to impress. Like that's what happens. Trauma is always forcing us to learn lessons, and trauma, the lessons that we take from trauma are never the lessons that the trauma is trying to impress. It's never that. It never works in that way. And so this is why I see that even in those modalities, right? This is the energy that's being proportionate in relationality to recognizing what they could heal in past situations versus the conditions by which they felt were being impressed around them that was making something not possible, right? Like I see a lot of this energy in solitude being like, who can work under these conditions, right? Like, and that's what it feels like. Like that's what it feels like in a trauma environment, right? It's a space by which you feel like you can't work under those conditions, and then someone tries to blame you for not being able to function. But it's like that's the nature of the trauma, that is effectively not recognizing the fact that when we care about things, we don't try to pull things out of things. We try to energetically nourish them to move into the space by which they hope to grow and thrive. So I see that this is a lot of the energy that is almost, I feel like they're taking trauma-informed approaches to new relationship. And that's not the space by which they're trying to traumatize each other, but the space by which they're articulating to each other the past that they experience in order to be able to facilitate creating something better between them. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving into those moon relationships, a lot of potential trauma that is coming up at this time. Clarification between the Two of Wands with the Devil card in its upright. We've got here the Judgment card in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this Judgment energy. For a lot of these moon relationships, welcome to healthy relationship. Oh my gosh, here's all this trauma that I didn't know I was carrying, right? Like that's the hard part with the best relationship. And that's why I keep on getting like, the space we have to understand, right? That the healthiest relationship you ever feel will make you feel things that you've never felt before. Some of them will be positive. Some of them will be negative, because you'll be able to see things in the past that you couldn't see before, right? It's the observation of being able to effectively identify and recognize that allows one to be able to effectively heal it. And I keep on getting a lot of that insight, right? A lot of that insight potentially arriving as it relates to what they could have potentially righted in past relationship versus what they couldn't. And so a lot of that clarification, I keep on hearing it's coming up and it's being dissipated in the same vibration, right? Up and then gone, up and then gone, because they're feeling very grounded in relationality to being in a relationship that helps them recognize those insights, because it's the observation of not being somewhere that helps you see something with more clarity, right? It's not the observation of being able, like, this is what I meant about this eclipse giving us the gift of being able to see things with proximity. And the space by which you can see something with proximity is often the space by which you're able to identify something with more clarity that you yourself experience, because you're no longer experiencing it, right? And this is the energy that's like looking at something, feeling shocked by the observation, and then feeling the relief in the fact that they can observe it because they're not within it. So for a lot of that, it's feeling very scorpionic in that way, because it feels like it's coming up and then it's immediately dissipating, and it's coming up and it's immediately dissipating again. But it's still a lot of, like, I keep on getting a lot of processing. Now for the energy that's deep within divine union, those temperance relationships, clarification between the Devil card and the Queen of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification. Oh, two cards. We got two cards. Okay. It's Pisces. It's Pisces season. We got extra cards. We've got here the Hangman in its reversal with the Strength card in its reversal. And so what are we identifying? What are we identifying with that Hangman in its reversal with the Strength card in its reversal? It feels a lot. It's like I keep on getting nuance. And the thing about it, like everything I just keep on hearing is nuance. And the reason it has to do with the observation and this was coming through before I even started the reading. The observation of understanding something without the context. There's nothing more dangerous than trying to understand something without context. Because it's like the misinterpretation comes from a lack of context. And we often notice this, right? Like it's the observation of seeing something and then not understanding it. So what happens when you see something that you don't understand? You put the wrong context to it, right? And so when we're working through that, and this is often what we work through as it relates to navigating like modalities of maturation, the observation of being able to effectively leave ourselves. Like when you're approaching understanding, always approach it with a sense of awe, right? And I think it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing like the awe that we work through is more like awe. Like it's like it's often the space by which we put import on things that weren't necessarily as important, right? It's the observation, and we often see this, right? Like what do you often navigate when you're going through a maturation process, right? This is what we do with the inner child healing. Like we look back on the past self and you're like, oh, look at them go. Look at that little guy go. Look at that little guy go, prioritizing something that's like so not important. Oh my gosh, look at the, oh, yep, now they're up there. Now, yeah, I remember. No, it was really important to them. No, I remember. Right? It was like it was really important. But it's understanding, right? It's understanding that the journey that we go through is often the space by which we understand. Like, and this is why we hold ourselves in the present gently, because it allows us to navigate the energetic import that we're feeling upon things. And I feel like I feel like there's something really beautiful about this energy, the temperance relationships, because even as they're going through something, they're looking upon it in the way that one would look at a memory, right? Like it's almost a space by which another person says, like, look at us worrying about something that we will eventually get through, right? And the modality by which we hold that with a sense of care is how we build into the context of the present, right? Because the present, and this is why we talk about the beauty of the present being a gift, right? Because all we have is this energetic moment, right? There's the past, there's a future that we worry upon constantly, and there's the past that we look upon ridiculously, right? Like, and there we are in between those things, and we're doing the best that we possibly can, right? So, and I feel like that is the modality by which this energy, and that's why I keep on seeing that they navigate situations right now where they're feeling that sense of solemnitude, right? Because it's the solemnity that we often recognize, that looks at every, like when you look at every opportunity as a moment to make something better, how does that affect the way you perceive things, right? If you look at it as every opportunity the universe is offering you and saying, how would you address this? What do you think would be a better way of navigating this? Then we don't look at frustration as saying, why is this happening? But we become the answer to our why. We answer the call of the why, right? It's a space away which you say, why? And then we say, because I am here, right? I'm here in this moment, and not working into the perseveration as to what is occurring, but how we can effectively navigate through it as best as we possibly can. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that works into that modality of consideration. And it's the beauty, right? The beauty of love that we hold to each of us, right? The space by which we hold each other preciously is often the love that we feel is expressed in our actions, right? Like look at that, like think about the person you love best. And I guarantee you'll say, look at that person, right? Constantly trying to put that love into the world, right? Constantly looking at the world and articulating and saying, how can I make this better? How can I bring more beauty there, right? So the modality by which we work into that is the space by which we build into, right? And this is where we work into the space by which the love feels like it's an honor to experience one another, because it is the amplification of the force of care that we bring to things that allow us to effectively recognize that we are the force of change that we hope to find in circumstances, right? And when you start to think about that, you don't get mad, right? You don't look at the world around you and say, like, you don't demand, but you effectively arrive to the situations. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that works into that capacity. But even in the space by which they do that, they're saying to each other, hold yourself gently, right? Hold yourself gently, because there's only so much that one can do, because the temperance energies understand everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. So continue to effectively dare forth and look for those who energetically appreciate that, because it's the space by which we arrive to the healthy connection by which we feel that we hold each other in that space of mutual honor. final card for today's spread between the Judgment card in its upright in combination with the Strength card in its reversal and the Hangman in its reversal. There's some heavy cards there. Okay, there's a lot of major arcana. It's eclipse season. We're gonna be ending. We got three major arcana there. We're just gonna drop one card. It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. One card. Okay, what's fine? What card we got here? What is it? What is it? You tell me. Okay, it's five. It's a 5. Okay, it's good. It's a 5. It's a 5 of wands. The 5 of swords in its reversal. But that's what I mean too, right? It's like that. Not allowing, and I need to describe this, and this is what we have to talk about right now. And again, we're going to bring in, we got Pisces energy and Virgo energy. Come, we're sorry, we're going to start talking about this next moon. All right, you don't let perfect get in the way of done. Right? You don't let perfect stand in the way of done. And why do we articulate that? Because when we think about the fact that we're continually working into the space of making, right? When we are perfect makers, you have to heal your relationship to perfect real quick, right? Because when it's like it's working into the context of understanding that we can energetically refine things ad infinitum, right? Like this is often the thing that we understand. The best that we do always feels like it pales in comparison to what we could do at this moment. But when we understand the nature of perfection being that way, right? then we start to hold ourselves a little bit more gently. So I feel like that's a lot of the work that we see that's happening right now in relationality to working through this, right? And I like to describe this like this is how we get better at things, right? We start not holding our pressure when we stop holding our perfect so preciously, but we still strive for it. It becomes a gift, right? Because it becomes an act of refinement. So, and I feel like there's a lot of that work that we see, and that's happening across all of the frequencies right now, right? Not getting hard on the self because one isn't perfect, but saying to oneself, how do I articulate, how do I do something in a way that even like, and I like to point this out, when we're working through that, the only person, and this is how we heal the Aries energy, right? Aries, the Aries that moves into their pathwork, go find an Aries, right? What were you doing earlier, Aries? I was competing with everybody. Go find the older Aries. Who do you compete with now, Aries? The person I was yesterday. Every day, the Aries looks at themselves straight in the face and says, I can top that, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading, Knight of Wands, right? How am I going to be a better me today than I was yesterday, right? And when we recognize that, when we bring that energy into our relationships, then we find the capability to change, right? We find the space by which we don't have to beat ourselves up if we didn't do something effectively. But when we look at that, not in the space of worrying how others feel, but the fact that we're doing it for ourselves, right? We're answering the call to be that perfect. Then that is us finding our higher self, right? And it's a gentle journey. It doesn't mean you're going to do something insane today that sweeps everything away that you've ever done before, right? How can I do something gently? How can I love myself, but be myself better than I was yesterday, right? It's a very gentle song. It's a very gentle song that brings profound change to us. And I feel like that's what we're seeing that's happening right now across all of the frequencies, because it allows us to effectively be able to hold the past self gently while also making way for the person that we aspire to become. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you want to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards of the Sword Suite. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the cup suite. The cup court cards, cup court cards. Say that 5 times fast. We're going to be studying the symbology of the cards, the history. We're going to be working through spread applications, how you can read those cards in any direction that they may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you guys a unique spread to help you channel the messages of the cup suites into the suit into your own reading. And all you need to do if you'd like to become part of that class program is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you will also have access to a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive you also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class program, as well as a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will let you have insight in terms of everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I'll be writing one shortly on this next moon that we've got coming up. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience from me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today. You will be having you'll be having a free reading. And thank you so much, Bridget, for coming in second. You will be getting an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, you will be the sixth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 32.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Angela, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. Thank you for asking. Thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. I appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Per. I hope you're having safe travels today. And thank you as well. Absolutely. Thank you as well for reposting, J Pisces. I appreciate that. Grand Rising Lotus Eye, how are you doing today? I'm glad to be back too. How are you doing today, Kath? You are on the list. You're the first one on the list today, Alexandra. Grand Rising, Kath. Happy Monday, Pisces. Absolutely. And I appreciate that. And thank you as well, Avatar, for those beautiful gifts. Gypsy, thank you for sharing the live. Deeply appreciate it. Yeah, that new start was felt. I mean, this is what we can expect right now, Ryan. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Grumpy. Fun name. And thank you, Nikki, for those heart meets. Guys, please remember if you're a super fan and you're looking to have an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card to make sure that you're recharging your heart meets. The frustration that fertilizes. Love it. Thank you, dear. I am so over people today. That's a lot of, I'm telling you, right? Like, the thing is, I have to describe this. Like a Virgo moon in Pisces is like I'll be in my mind palace. like, yep. How are you doing today, Avatar? I'm so over people. Yeah, like that. But that's exactly what we can expect right now, Nikki. Right? The overgeneralizations, right? The overgeneralizations that talk about that talk towards gross negligence, right? Overgeneralizations that point to gross negligence is exactly the type of stuff that is potentially going to come up right now because it's the articulation of someone not doing their shadow work effectively. Thank you so much for those roses. I know it's exhausting, Avatar. I know. But that's why like it's heavy, but it's needed. How you doing today, Ryan? Good to see you. Hi there, Lucas. Good to see you today, guys. Make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. This is a library. I like the fact that you're shouting that. Like it is that type of energy. This is a library. It's exactly like that. Yep, absolutely. How are you doing today, Luna? Welcome today, Feats. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, make sure to give me clarify. And thank you for the follow. Oh, okay. There's a pitch. So if one accepts Yashua, we get superpowers. That's beautiful. That's very it's nice. Don't follow them out of the kindness of your heart. Do it for the superpowers. Thank you for being here today, Alexa. Hope you're having a lovely day. Absolutely. Hi there, Ducky. How are you doing? And Cloudy, thank you for the follow. I've got you on the list, Angela. Yeah, I'll read the list right now for anybody who's looking to join. Grand Rising, Ella. So the list right now is we've got Alexandra, Stella, Bridget, Angelique, and Avatar. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the sixth person read for. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, go ahead and just put your question, just put your let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to it. Grand Rising, Ella. So good to see you today. And thank you as well. Hi there, Avatar. Flores, I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here, but I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Absolutely. I'm glad you are entertained, Avatar. Did you miss it all? You did. I mean, you didn't miss anything, Bridget. We're here. Valentina, thank you for that as well. And Angela, thank you for those gifts. Thank you, Shannon, for the heart me. I gave extra ever. We need extra evers. We need all the evers we can get. Oh, it's you did not. When did you? I didn't see the 50K, but I like the fact that you were holding a 50K from your heart space, Lucas. We're not at one cards yet, Julia, but we're getting there. Okay, you're too early. You're not too late. You're too early. Time. Hi there. Welcome, Nicole. Absolutely, and thank you for reposting, Jeannie. I appreciate you. Oh my God, we're just beginning. I like that you pulled like you just ran and you're like card. No problem. Excellent. Absolutely. No problem, dear. You're so welcome, Bridget. Oh, it shows. Yeah, I got 35 right now. Virgo moon also. I'm hiding in my cabin today. This type, I mean, like this type of energy can feel like it's a lot like for those with Virgo placements, right? It's like, it's like, but I want you to, like I said, like this is like, it's helping us heal. It's helping us heal our connection to perfect, right? We find perfect by what we do with less than ideal circumstances, right? Love and light to you as well, Johnny. Do it for the superpowers. Like, don't do it because you care about people, but there'll be superpowers. There'll be superpowers. I'm so confused. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, speaking of which, we're going to get started. The first person on the list for today, is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the sixth person read for. Yeah, again, it's our complement synergy. It's our complement synergy sign. Which is your complement synergy side? No, but here's about it. Like a healed Aries and a healed Virgo together. You know, like it's just like point them in a direction, right? It's like getting to work. You know what I mean? It's like roll up your sleeves type of energy. Right? Because like they'll be really protective of each other, you know, like, but it's a lot of that type of thing that we see. You see 39. Oh, you see 30. You see 39. I see 37 on my end. All right, apologies. Okay. Yep, absolutely. Okay, we are going to get started. So the first person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, could you let me know if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I'm an Aries with a Virgo. Oh, an Aries with a Virgo mom. She's an Aries, right? But here's the thing, like, you know, it's interesting too, because and it's interesting too because there's something to be said. There's something to be said in the difference between sharing a moon with our maternal energy versus sharing a sun with our maternal energy, because it's often like it almost feels like the space by which we often feel like we have to rise to the challenge is the best way I can describe it. Yeah. Interesting. But thank you for letting me know that, Lucas. I appreciate that. It is strange. Yeah, because if you could screen cap it and post it, because I'm going to do the same, dear, because I'm seeing 37 on my end. Thank you. I appreciate that, Bridget. I appreciate the healing vibes. Mm-hmm. All right. No, we don't need to hold it. We're okay. All right, we are gonna continue. And thank you, Spiritual, for the follow. The first person we are going to be reading for today is, hold on, just make sure I didn't miss any comments. And Grand Rising GB, good to see you, good vibes. All right, let's get to it. The first person, so I just wanted to check, Alexandra, were you able to post your question on the disco? And just let me know. Thank you, I appreciate that, Lucas. Okay. And as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You'll be the sixth person read for. Perfect. And, is this inside tea or outside tea? Outside tea. Got it. All right. And before we get started, though, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. And let me just confirm. I just like to prove I'm wrong. No, don't feel like that, Nicole. It takes time. And again, it's not a perfect art. And just bear with me a moment. Okay. All right, I've got it here. I mean, we're, when does it not, Lucas? And especially I have to stress going through one during an eclipse cycle, you know. Oh, I think it has something to do with your own Aries Virgo challenge. We'll talk a little bit about that too, right? Yes, exactly. Perfect. Goofiness is a gift. All right. I'm sorry. I just wanted to confirm, Alexander, did you say that we were doing outside tea here? Outside tea. I got you. All right. And I'm gonna pin up Alexandra. Guys, make sure to give Alexandra some love. Perfect. Okay. Oh, speaking of which, I didn't even see this before I saw, like, wait till you hear the question that we have coming through. I would love to read on this Saturn in Aries transit for my life path in particular. I feel like I'm becoming more impatient with behaviors I don't jive with. Basically, morality and principles on a wide scale. From long term connections to how my workplace has been handling adversity. I felt ashamed of being part of certain circles and conversations due to this feeling. I find myself questioning if I'm expecting perfection of people and workplaces, or if I'm surrounding myself with people and environments that simply don't match the same values as myself. I would love insight into what I cannot see to help me move through the anger I've been feeling surrounding this. Beautiful question. And thank you for being patient. For someone who articulates that you're more impatient, I like to also point out, I think you're a little hard on yourself because you literally volunteered to be read for today. And not only did you volunteer to be read for today, you passed on being read for before the Daily Collective started and waited and waited until now to have this reading. So there's already a little bit of the work that we're going to have in relationality to working through this message. Because, and I like to, um, we can effectively identify and recognize that in a way we're starting with the guides showing you via the process that you're actually very patient, right? You're very patient when you have the capability of being so in profound proportions. We're starting there. Okay. We're starting there. Hold on a moment. And guys, just remember, legitimate readers will not ask you to message them to have a reading. Okay. I'm bringing the Earth Dragon out for that reason. We're going to keep that. That's why that right? It's a question on what you're being patient about is what we keep on seeing. Okay. Yeah, I already got this. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Wow. No, I mean, the one thing I'm getting through this, and I feel like I'm going to say this, and I feel like you should write it down because I think it's going to kind of help you in terms of being able to take metered responses to things. And I keep on hearing metered responses, literally the word metered responses. And we'll get into that in a minute, right? What is the difference between patience and complacency? What is the difference between patience and complacency? Is what I keep on getting. And I want to describe that the reason I'm feeling like that's coming through is I keep on hearing the difference between, like, I keep on hearing it's the difference between someone saying very sad, moving on, versus somebody saying very sad, let's do something, is what I keep on seeing. right? Like, I keep on hearing holding space for things doesn't fix things, right? I just keep on hearing, can we all take a moment of complacent? I don't know why I keep on getting this vision of you being in this experience by which you're seeing something where someone goes, can we all just take a moment of complacency? Can we all just take a moment of complacency to honor the fact that we're being complacent right now? Is all I keep on hearing. Right? I literally see, I don't know what this is that I'm seeing around this. I literally see the modality by which you're looking at something and someone's going, can we all just take a moment of complacency to honor the fact that we're being complacent? Okay, thank you. Yes, we all acknowledge the fact that we're being complacent. So let's proceed, right? I don't know why I keep on hearing holding space is not the same as picking up tools or doing something and saying, this is what we're doing today to energetically move the needle, right? And I keep on getting holding space is different than moving the needle, which is the space by which another person acknowledges something, right? Like the space by which another acknowledges something isn't necessarily, doesn't feel, right? It doesn't, it feels like, I keep wondering, it feels good, right? And that's why you're saying like the solar plexus, right? Like the space by which another person says, but I acknowledged it. And being like, yeah, it's great that you acknowledged it, but your acknowledgement doesn't change the fact that it's happening, right? Like it's being able to take an energetic step towards something that allows something to be better. And so I feel like that, like, I don't know why that's coming up so much here, but if you're feeling like that was something, I feel like that's something connected. I feel like that's somehow connected to something that is energetically happening, or something that you yourself are like, I feel like it's something that you are identifying or recognizing in relationality. I keep wondering, like, and that's that Aries energy, right? Like Aries is like this, right? Aries is like, why are we saying it? Why are we here talking when we could be doing, like, Aries is always in the corner while others are talking. Like Aries energy is always in the corner, like doing reps, right? Like you'll notice this. Like Aries energy never wants to stay still, right? They're like, well, we could be sitting here. Like why are we sitting here? Why I could be sitting here? Like I figured out a better way to sit. You want to see the better way I figured out how to sit? No, I got this thing I do. Yeah, like I don't sit. I'm always no. Even when I'm sitting, I found a better way to sit. Right? Like that's what Aries. Aries is always like, we can walk and chew gum. I'm really good at walking and chewing gum. I figured out a way to like take the space by which I'm walking and I'm chewing gum on it, but actually figured out a better way to make gum. No. I've got like a special gum that I've made. Like I do a combination of gum, which is like the best way, right? Aries is like, that's Aries energy, right? Aries energy is saying doing not. Aries is always like doing nothing is dumb, right? Like that, and like literally, and I need to point out like the reason, there's something very interesting about Aries energy and the connection with the word dumb, and I need to stress this because often when the word dumb comes up when I'm reading, it's not the energy, it's not what we articulate dumb to be. We've dumbed down the word dumb because dumb is something that you used to do to dampen an instrument. It's instrumental. Okay, when you used to work into a percussive force, when you're building into a percussive force and you don't want something to be loud, you dumb it down, which means you put a dampening weight on it. You put something around it that softens the energetic blow to something, right? So the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, we're intentional with our dumbness, right? Which is the energy by which, and this is why you'll often notice that those with Aries placements have a big sensitivity on energy that that will articulate upon something that's dumb, but not in the way by which they effectively dampen something. Because the space by which, even when we're dumb, we can be intentional, right? The space by which we effectively do something in a way that makes it easier, right, is often the space by which we are conscientious upon what it is that we're dumbing, because dumbing is numbing, right? Dumbing is numbing. It's softening things. And sometimes we have to numb. Sometimes when you're doing something difficult, you have to be in the space by which you are effectively allowing yourself to get stronger in the fact that it feels difficult, right? And Aries are great at this. Aries often understand that the only way to effectively get better at something is via immersion, right? Like the modality by which you work through something. And the first time you do it, it feels like it's energetically impossible. And then next thing you know, you're doing it every day. It's like you look forward to doing it, right? It's often, you have to be ready, right? You have to recognize that the nature of starting something is it feels impossible until it feels impossible not to do it, right? It works into a lot of that, the force that is necessary. And so I feel like what I see that you're navigating right now is potentially a situation by which there's something that was identified that you're saying we need a solution, and another person being like, we're acknowledging it, and you being like, acknowledging isn't a solution, right? Congratulate, literally, like I keep wondering, acknowledging isn't a solution. Acknowledging is not a solution. Acknowledging is not a solution, right? Honoring the space that something is energetically occurring doesn't change anything. Like, congratulations, you've acknowledged, congratulations. Like, and that's why I keep on hearing, we would like to take a moment to honor our complacency, is what I keep on hearing something saying, which is you seeing something by which it almost feels more insulting, right? And when you recognize that, it almost feels more insulting because it's a modality by which another person says, we'd like to take a moment to honor our complacency, which says we'd like to acknowledge that something's happening, while further acknowledging that this is what we're choosing to do about it. We're acknowledging it, right? Like Aries doesn't have time for that. Like Aries is like, what? like, and this is, and you'll sometimes, like, again, I always love the line, like, it's practice, right? Because energy, and this is the thing with Aries understands there is no practice, right? Practice is the most important thing, right? Because when you practice something, then you practice it because you're perfecting it, because you're putting that effort and energy into it, right? It's the desire that you bring to things that say, we're going to energetically show up. Because when we show up, it's not about what we do, it's how we effectively help others understand that they can do it too. The practice that we do is, and this is also an Aries trait, the practice, right? That's why, like, I'll tell you how many Aries got irate when someone said it's practice, and Aries go, it's practice. It's the space by which, right? It's not about the self, right? It's not about the self. It's not about what you take from it. It's the environment that you create that allows others to be able to energetically participate. So I feel like that is the advice that I see that's coming through with this reading. Having gentle conversations about the difference between acknowledgement and action, right? Having a gentle conversation in terms of giving something traction, because that is what Aries energy is. It's traction, right? And the difference between acknowledging and actually getting somewhere is having traction, which is the space of saying, let's take all this acknowledgement and do something that actually makes it better. Bottom of the deck, right? And typically, right? This is why Aries leaves situations, right? Aries has no time, and this is what real patience is. Everything's possible so long as the work is mutual. There's a lot of energy that likes to give lip service to things, right? Aries has no time for lip service. Aries has no time for someone being like, we are very aware of the situation, and we are doing our best to investigate or understand something. Aries can see somebody walking backwards instead of forwards, right? And so I keep on hearing, is it patience, or are you looking for progress, right? You're patient. You just proved it. And again, guides are very clever. You proved how patient you were in the space by which you waited literally 24 hours to have this reading. And then you could have gone first and chose to wait, right? Patience. We don't have patience. There's a difference between waiting and patience. Patience thanks you for your patience by showing progress. Thank you so much for having. So make sure you're having progressive conversations. What's changed? What updates? How have we moved it forward, right? Put it on a schedule. See what happens when you put something on a schedule. And that's why Aries, like, again, like Aries hold to schedules, because they say that Aries holding to schedules helps them see what actually another person is aspiring to do versus what they say they want to do as they stand there latently, right? The difference between aspiration and action is traction. Write that down. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 40.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And just reading over the comments as I do so. Suddenly feeling really hot physically. Well, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like it was coming through specifically. I mean, you asked to understand your Aries energy better. And I feel like that is the heat, right? Like that is the positive heat that I see that you're bringing to situations, being like, is there traction here? Or are you just saying that, you know? And that's why we like Aries. This is why Aries bring the heat, because they're like, we could be doing something right now. We could be doing something. Yeah, I pick things up and I put them. Yeah, Aries, I pick things up and I put them down. Yeah, that's how you get stronger, right? Right. And it's like anything, like you'll notice this with Aries. Like Aries don't like to sit still, even when they're sitting, right? They're like, I've got it. Like standing desk is like all Aries energy. Like I'm like working out even as I'm doing something else, right? Yeah, hear me out. Let's do better. Exactly. That's a hard part with Aries. Do it good this time. That was great. Do it good this time. Writing that down. Thanks, Lucas. Me as a chronic arguer, I got to write down dumb is numbing. But and here's the thing about and here's the thing about it. Sometimes we have to slow things down, and it's not a negative, right? We have made that word. We've made that a word a negative that used to be something that was positive. It was okay to dumb something down, right? It wasn't seen as an insult. It was seen as an instruction, right? You have to dampen the blow, right? And when you're trying to dampen the blow, it's okay to dumb something because you're effectively making it less, like it can feel less like a shock, if that makes sense. Yeah, like me, exactly. Yeah, but there you go. Have I ever had this? No. Do I know what I'm doing? No. But did I figure it out? Yes. But that's the type of energy that you bring to things, right? You're like, I know, you know your capability in terms of learning. Yes. FO without the FA, please. Exactly. Yes, awareness and still choosing, right? And that's what, and I feel like it might require you. Like that might be the modality by which, and I feel like this is important though, right? And I want to describe, and there's something important about that path work there, right? Which is, don't get frustrated if something isn't moving at the speed that you aspire it to. The word that you're looking for is progress. Is the situation progressing? That's what I keep on getting with traction, right? Not getting frustrated in terms of how long it takes, but being able to recognize that progress will usually be able to articulate to you what is changing, right? What is improving. Yes, I just had this convo today. Absolutely. We're going to see, a lot of this type of energy right now. Right. And I want to describe, it's not the fact that you can't be frustrated, but being frustrated in a way that allows for more new forms of progress to occur is the best way I can describe it. Yeah. Wow. That's wild, Ella. Yeah. My only problem at work, I need to the action. But here's the thing, but you're recognizing and identifying what you need to change, right? Yeah, I love that. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for your patience. See, I really need to remember to grab a notepad. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Nicole. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. Fun fact. Oh, hold on. Yep. Lucas, fun fact, the zodiac signs most elected to be president are Sag, Aquarius, and Pisces. Oh, I didn't know that. That is fascinating. Huh. That is really intriguing. The collective is already posted, dear. If you head over to the place where we keep the videos and over to the place where you keep the photos. I'm not sure what's going on with Stack right now. I'm having some issues in relationality to having it immediately post, so I'm trying to work those through. So unfortunately, I would typically send you over to the Stack, but until Stack resolves that, if you want to be able to find it immediately, you can find it right now over on the place where we keep the photos and the place where we keep the videos. Yeah, nicely said. Trying to understand Aries more lately. I hope that helps, dear. Thank you. I appreciate that, Bridget. Yeah, multitasking is best. Absolutely. Yeah, 10 tabs open all the time. Yes, that's me. Zero Aries here, but lots of neurodivergence. But like, and I want to describe this too. It's not the fact that you need Aries to get things done, but you know, Aries, like that's just the way that Aries perceive things. They're Aries are like, why hasn't it happened yet? You know, and then this is often like, and that's why, like, again, uh, fortified Aries make wonderful leaders, because, but it's the energy that's gonna, it's not gonna like energy, like Aries will learn, like even when Aries work to dampen, it still has an impact, right? It's like, there's nothing funnier than seeing a wizened Aries that you say, like, you should take a gentler approach, and you'll see the pain. Like, go find a wizened Aries and say, have you tried a gentler approach? And the Aries will just look at you and be like, that was my gentle approach. That was my gentle. They'll be like, honestly, they'll be like that, but I was being gentle, right? It's like, once you see it, you can't unsee it, you know? All right, we're going to continue right now. Ooh, are you? Interesting. Okay, thank you, dear. Absolutely. Hold on, just reading over the comments. Yes, multitasking is best. Absolutely. Where were we? Okay, I got you, dear. No, because they're too busy. They're too busy working on making a better world, right? Like I'll tell you right now, the reason the Capricorn isn't in that space is because it slows things down, right? It doesn't create the space by which you can get something done. It's like there's a lot of that. Like you'll like the Capricorn energy is working into the space of like trying to actually put change to things. You know, like that's what's interesting about it. But I agree, right? That's the hard part. Like often that's the type of energy, like that's the energy that we need around situations. No, I know. That's fascinating though. That's really fascinating, dear. All right. All right, we're going to continue right now. Mercury, Aries, 29, Libra works extra hard to dampen. No, I can see that, right? Like it's like that's what's hard. Like that's what's hard with those with Aries placements. Like you'll say to a wizened Aries, "Have you tried a gentler approach?" And Aries will be like, "But I was being gentle. I was being gentle." Plot twist. Yeah, Cap Sun and Moon with Saturn and Aries. But like that, but here's the thing about it. Like you're just like your ability, your work ethic, right? Like you put that work in, right? You're like, you gotta like every day, right? You just work. Like that's the thing with Capricorn, right? And there's nothing more offensive. There is nothing more offensive. If you want to upset a Capricorn in your life, Tell them that they're lucky. As if, like Capricorns will say, as if luck, right? As if luck had anything, as if luck had anything to do with it, right? Like Capricorns more than anything will get really energetically offended if you see things moving smoothly around them and say, "Oh, you're so lucky." Like how, like, you know what I mean? Like, woo, like I would just back. I hear the word luck around a Capricorn. I just turn around. I just walk away. I just go, I'm like, I will be a few states away now. I'll let you sort that out. I'm gotta go. I gotta leave. You guys, this has been wonderful. I've been so happy to be here. I will see you. I will see you after the siege ends. I will see you. I will see you after the siege is over. It's been a lovely time. Oh my gosh, I could not. Oh, I can't. I gotta go. No, I got. Goodbye. Goodbye. Absolutely. How, like, never, never. Yes, that cap energy. Your wording counts 100%. Amen. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, it helped me reframe it as a process rather than that. Yeah, I'll see you when I see you as a person. Exactly. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, as I mentioned, it's a great time to get on the list if you'd like to. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here, for those joining us across the other apps, highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And before we continue right now, thank you for those gifts. Yep, let me just confirm. Simp, can you please confirm where you sent the donation, dear? I'm going to read the list right now, okay? So I'm going to read the list. If you are on the list and I have not named you, just send me the initial. Send me the initial where you sent the donation. Not the not the full name of it, because the apps hate to hear about the other apps. We don't talk about them. Thank you. I'm going to read the list right now. The list I have is Stella, Bridget, Angelique, and Avatar. If you're not on the list right now and I've named you, please let me know your name and the initial where you sent the donation. Thank you. Okay. Yep, I've got you, dear. All right, we're continuing. Before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay, and I've got here the information. So if you feel like you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Okay, just bear with me a moment. Okay. All right. One moment, please. Just pulling up the question. All right. Whoop, hold on a minute. Undo that. Okay. This is some inside tea, so I just need a moment to read over the message before we start the reading. Mhm. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and again, first and foremost, I'm sending you so much support on this healing journey. I know I've articulated this before, but that's what you've described as some very, very painful stuff. So I just wanna articulate that before we proceed forward. Okay. No problem, Avatar. Let me just pin you up here. And thank you so much, Y Marie, for the follow. Okay. Just bear with me a second. I'm just trying to find, where'd you go, dear? Thank you for that gift. One moment, please. Okay. Guys, I've pinned up, I pinned them up there. Sure to give them some love. Can I please get an energetic read on this situation, please? So I know we've discussed this before, um, but there's something very, the word I keep on seeing that is coming through is the observation. Trauma occurs in the space by which two individuals are not in the same identification as to what's happening, right? That is what we describe as a traumatizing situation, right? We build traumatizing situations by which our reality is not mutual. So I want you to hold into that as we talk about how this person, what this person said versus the ability for them to try to project and their own portion of responsibility. And the way by which we effectively protect each other is by being entirely clear upon what is going on. This is why we recognize it is so damaging to build into the context of delusions, right? The delusional space is one by which another person does not hold into the space of being energetically clear to another as it relates to their stated intention and the identification of what another person can reasonably expect. So, in the space by which you articulate that this individual effectively violated you, a lot of the violation that we're experiencing is the fact that they recognized, right, the observation that they were trying to do something, right? They were trying to like put the false premise of maturation towards you, particularly as it relates to the observation of them identifying something that they saw as a tryst, right? And what is a tryst? A tryst and is an isolated incident, right? The modality by which something occurs and it is singular, right? And the thing about it is you can have healthy trysts. There are those who participate in healthy trysts, and the only way, right? The only way a tryst is healthy is if the observation of something is occurring is something by which others navigate the consent that they bring towards it, right? So you have to be in a consensual space if you're having a tryst, which is the observation of something that is happening that is singular. So what I effectively see is somebody is trying to articulate, and I keep on seeing the way you can recognize that this is happening is the space by which you keep on saying, this experience profoundly hurt me. It devastated me. And them saying, I thought we were just doing something nice, right? The space by which they articulate and say, I thought I was giving you a gift, right? They thought that they were giving you the gift of a tryst, or they tried to convince themselves of that. But this is why we recognize that when we build into healthy relationship, we don't assume, right? We don't assume that another person is experiencing that way. We talk about it prior to it occurring. We build into the context of feeling the space by which we're energetically safe to assume things. So the modality by which you and another person navigated this is the space by which they're saying, right? And you can see that deflection, right? They're trying to articulate that they didn't do anything, right? That they were trying to articulate the fact that they don't understand why you're hurt. But the modality by which they recognize that you may have been in a space by which you had preconceived notions as to what was occurring, right? They didn't do anything to heal you of the preconception. And the preconception is where the pain resides, because the preconception is in the violation of something that happened, and then they denied that it happened at all, right? And that is where that is what creates the feeling of the trauma. So the modality by which I feel like this energy, again, they're moving through, I told you, like they're not in connection with their higher self. And the space by which every time you try to say to them, this is the reality that I experienced at that time, and them coming into deniability and being like, I didn't experience that, like obviously, right? But did they do the work to make sure that you were experiencing something the same way that they were? Right? Because that's what we do in healthy relationship. It's not the space by which we assume. It's the space by which we effectively regulate by articulating to another and saying, are we on the same plane of experience? Are we navigating this? And the modality by which, right, this is where this person is effectively showing you that something that they're saying doesn't make sense, because you're articulating the fact that first, right, first you said this occurred, and they tried to say, no, it didn't, right? So there's the first level of projection, the space by which they try to effectively articulate and deny the fact that something occurred is often showing you the fact that something was going, right? They wanted to create something that would effectively be a secret, which is, again, giving more of the indications of them being like, ooh, isn't this fun? We're doing a little tristy secret thing, which is, again, when we care about each other, we don't create things that are supposed to be secrets, right? That in itself was the first layer of trauma, the observation of the fact that they articulated that even in the space by which you did something, it would be traumatizing to their experience in the space by which it would be energetically revealed. So they're already creating the space by which the trauma was occurred, in the space by not only were you traumatized at the time that it happened, because you were experiencing it with a false assumption that they didn't correct you of, but also the space by which when you tried to talk about it, they effectively denied that it even happened. So there's the second wound by which they're potentially trying to erase your reality in the space by trying to come into the space by denying that something happened in the first place. So the modality by which they were potentially coming into recompense was them trying to take accountability for the first offense. But it's still not clarifying, right? You see how they're avoiding, every time you talk to them, they're avoiding the fact that they realize that they should have spoken to you about what was being experienced, the space by which you even said that you asked them, they asked them the space by which you recognize that you as the mature person, like you're coming back to them at a point of maturity and you're seeing it through the optics of a mature person. And what are you saying them? Why didn't you take care of the immature child that you experienced that did not have the gift of experience to fortify them as to what was happening, right? That is the nature of the wound. And you articulating to them, right? You coming into a maturation point and looking at them and saying, how could you do that, right? How could you not be mindful of the fact that you were in a space by which you were fragile and you didn't have the gift of foreknowledge to protect you from what was energetically occurring, right? Their own space by which they said they didn't think that way. The answer, unfortunately, is trauma doesn't think, right? They gave you every indication. You keep on saying, what were you thinking? And the answer was nothing. They weren't thinking about you in that moment. They weren't thinking about the impact. They were only serving the ego. And like you said, it felt good to them. So they did it, right? They were not thinking so much about the impact in terms of how you would effectively navigate something, but they were only working into the arrival of their need, right? The arrival of the immediate need without the sense of being energetically careful as it relates to how you yourself were energetically experiencing it. And so this is what we effectively identify in terms of you articulating. You asked me a very important question in this reading, which is, was it true? I feel like the conversation that you had with them was the closest that they can drive towards their truth. And the hard part about this that we have to understand is we can only be as true to others as we are to ourselves, unfortunately, right? The space by which we're honest with ourselves is the limitation as much as we can be honest to others. And so I literally see the fact that you encountered them working through the fact that they don't spend a lot of time introspecting. They don't think a lot about themselves or the way that they effectively move through things. Those who are deep in their ego often move through that way, right? It's not the space by which another person navigates the art of asking, right? And this is why we understand that when we're careful, when we care about each other, we make sure that we are energetically invested in understanding how we feel about things, because our ability of understanding how we feel about things helps us make sure that we're navigating the same reality. So the modality by which what they're basically saying is, you're saying, why weren't you invested in my level of care? And them saying, I wasn't thinking, right? Like that is the authenticity. That is them being as authentic as possible. And unfortunately, the problem is we can't go into trauma seeking a healthy answer, because often trauma starts from confusion, right? The reason the trauma occurs is because someone was not putting thought into something, and the healthy mind desires a reason, but trauma doesn't need a reason. Trauma does something, just like trauma does things in the modality by which it articulates, like, and I feel like you potentially see that, right? They said there was an opportunity, they took it. They didn't care about anything because it felt good to them for having experienced it. Bottom of the deck, right? It's okay to have feelings about that. It's okay to have feelings as it relates to the emotionality of that, because the understanding, right? And I keep on seeing this, the space by which you navigate the lack of consideration has to do in the modality of what you are logically expecting was going to happen versus what effectively occurred, right? And so when we're in a healthy space, like I like to point this out, in a healthy relationship, this is why we don't just build into a healthy relationship is not just built into a moment. It's the observation of what we can expect on the other side of things that allows for the modality by which we feel energetically safe, seen, and supported. So even in the context by which we see that you're navigating those feelings, right? It potentially, the hard part is you're looking for logic in a place by which logic was not happening, right? You're saying, I want to understand the process. And they're literally saying to you, I wasn't following any process. I was just letting my instinct guide me. But this is why we see that doing things that are instinctual can sometimes be traumatizing, because instincts don't have logic attached to them, right? Instincts are just doing something in the moment that defies reason. So I feel like there's a lot of that space of understanding that it's going to be hard, because even as you're working to heal this, there's going to be a lot of questions that you're seeking that if they haven't done the work of understanding themselves, you're not going to be able to find those answers for. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. And we got to 50K. And thank you again. And guys, thank you for supporting each other in the comments. I know that often when we're having readings like this, these are very heavy subjects. So anything that you're doing to help support each other through them is deeply appreciated and valued. And thank you a moment. Just reading over. Matt, thank you for the follow, dear. And just bear with me. To get a reading, why, Marie, all you do is send the donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for my non-subscribers. Thank you for that hashtag, Nicole. Absolutely. Hi there, Trishina. Good to see you today, dear. And thank you for the follow, why, Marie. Just reading over the comments. Hi there, Opalescent. How are you doing today? Excellent. That intuition check served as a sign. Oh, did it? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Lucas. Oh, that's wonderful. Multi-purpose. It's funny, too, because we were just having a conversation on multi-purpose, right? I want to know who is actually getting all these right. Nobody gets them right all the time, dear. Like, it's hard, right? Thank you as well, Avatar. And you're so welcome, Trishina. Yes. Oh, and thank you for that gift, Figment. Thank you for sending your first gift here. I really appreciate that. No problem, Avatar. You know how it works here. You'll be put on the hold list if you're not here for the reading. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Stella. Now I'm a double super fan. Thank you. Thank you for being a double super fan. Oh, I appreciate you. To get a reading, all you do is send that donation, dear. We also do free 1-card readings for my super fans each day. Yes. Okay. No, it wasn't Akashic. It's working through a karmic wound. But here's the thing, and I want to describe this, like the space by which you have a lot of that feeling, right? Being able to understand, like understanding the context as to where it springs from, right? Like that is also a part of the healing journey, right? And I want to describe, like, and I like to describe this, the space by which, and I want to help you with it too, right? It's the hate in terms of the choice, right? The space by which I often feel like the space by which we hate is the space by which we look at something and say, how could you make that choice, right? And I think that the space by which you're able to move that into a space of compassion is being able to articulate what would have been preferred. That's going to help fortify you as you build into healthier connections going forward, right? So not letting that create the blockage, but being able to hold it in a space by which you say, like, I hate that happened, right? I hate that I was in that position. I wish that there was another choice that person made. And even in the space by which you identify that, you start to work towards the healing, not feeling so much like what you want to avoid is putting too much concentration and energy directed towards them, because that's not allowing you to effectively move forward in terms of how to navigate the fact that occurred in a way that builds into the context of creating a relationship that is not like that, right? So holding that as the point, like one of the practices I would suggest is writing down like what you would have preferred or talking, writing down what it is that you would find in divine counterpart, your divine counterpart would never do that to you, right? And focusing instead on what it would feel like to be in divine counterpart connection that allows you to be able to like work on writing down what would happen in divine connection that would help you heal that wound. Thank you so much, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. Exactly. But that's a hard point. Like, I think that the hard part about it is returning back, looking for the answers. The answers are not going to be found there. The answers are going to be found looking forward, right? Because it's not, you cannot look at instinct and say, what was the reason? The answer is instinct, right? Like we build into the context of identifying, right, the nature of care. That when we come into a point of harmony, we fall, like even when we come into a point of harmony, we follow our instincts, but we always do something in the space by which we're navigating the care of others in the process of moving through it, right? Like that is the force of compassion that we apply to things that we care about. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Absolutely. You always have to start with the love of the self. It's the hardest thing, right? Because trauma tries to teach us not to love ourselves. And Toddy, thank you for the follow. It's so relatable. Thank you guys for supporting each other. I know how difficult these readings are. Was it? I didn't see that come through. Thank you as well, Moon. Hold on a moment. One moment, just reading over. Boop, boop, I lost my spot. Give me a minute, guys. Hold on a minute. Oh my gosh, Julia, that's so exciting. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, dear. You're so welcome, Stella, and thank you for having that reading with me and wishing you support on your continued journey. But and I like to point this out. There is important power in how we identify ourselves, right? And that's okay too. Like especially like, and I want to describe this. Like we need to talk about this. The word victim is a very charged word, right? And the way by which we like there are modalities by which we carry that word and it feels like it heals us versus the modality by which we carry the word and it feels like it harms us. The important thing is everyone gets to decide their connection to how they feel in relationality to that word, right? It's not in our modality. It's not our space to articulate, but the space by which we work to better understand that allows the ability to heal, right? Absolutely. Oh, wow. That's really intense, Nicole. And thank you. I'm sending you support on that journey as well. What I can try to do, that's really kind of you guys. What I can also try to do, if it helps, Lucas, is I can try to post, if I can remember. I'll try to post in the Discord when the one cards are starting. I can try to start doing that if it helps. So I got that. Oh, yep, apparently, yep. Like the fact that you're investigating. You're so welcome, dear. Can you do a reading to advise someone who just opened a spiritual gift? Yeah, absolutely. No, I know that can be a wild, like it can be a lot. Yeah, and I need to point out this is what my mentorships are for. Like I do a lot of that work when I'm working on mentorships, which is one thing like what like it's a lot, right? It can be intense. So yes, absolutely. Hi there, Estevan. Welcome. And Mama, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, I love that. You know what? Like Stella, like hearing you say that though is so beautiful. Absolutely. And you are a warrior, right? Like and the fact that you're connecting yourself to that energy right now is absolutely beautiful. And continue forward in that way on your journey. Right? Thank you guys. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other through each other's work. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Inks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across the. Oh, I got to do 50K. Thank you for reminding me. Goldfish. All right, thank you. We're gonna pause on Bridget's reading for a minute. We're gonna do the 50K giveaway. Thank you so much. See, this is why I love my collective. All right, so we're gonna do the 50K giveaway. And before we get started with Bridget's reading, I am going to, and thank you so much. Thank you, Julie, for allowing us to be here to help support you as well. And thank you for supporting me and remembering to the 50K. All right, so I am thinking of a number right now between, let's see, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 37. First person I see that posts the number will get their reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. No. Oh, I saw it. Wait, everybody stop. Ella, congratulations. You got the 50K. We will do that again when we get to 100K. All right. And where were we? All right, the next person that we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, and if anybody else would care to get on the list right now. As I mentioned, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. We certainly can. Okay. I like that question. All right. So we're doing a little spirit guide reading. All right, cool. Oh, before we get started, speaking of which, we got to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm going to keep the Wren out, though. It's really interesting because I went to like pull out the Wren and now all the other birds are showing themselves. But that's actually a part of the reading. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Right? One moment. All right. Yeah. 4 cards. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I've got like it's a very intense reading coming through. But I think you already know the gist of it. Right? And I keep on hearing, and it has to do with all those birds that I'm picking up on, which is like, it's like, I just keep on hearing, and it feels like it's coming strongly from one of your guides, which is saying healthy boundaries are celebrated, right? It's the observation of being able to identify to another person what you can effectively do to help a situation is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting, right, and I want to describe that there's a very specific vision that I'm seeing, and it has to do with the hard work of healing trauma, right? Because when we are trying to move things in a positive direction, when we give something to another, the word that we should hear is thank you, right? It's the observation of another person being able to do something in a way by which they try to articulate upon what they themselves are able to effectively help with, right? And often, and it has to do with the level or degree of care that we experience, because often the space by which we bring care to things is often amplified by which we say, I wish I could do more, right? And it's the space by which we articulate that. Um, and when another person appreciates that, they hold us in that modality. They say, like, you'll notice this with compassion energy. They say, the fact that I identify that is why I hold your care so preciously, right? But what do you often notice with a traumatizing situation, right? It's the space by which you give forth to something, and it's almost like you reach in to help somebody like come out of it, and instead they try to pull you into it, right? Like the space by which you try to offer something that is supportive, and instead of supporting, you start getting pulled more and more into the trauma situation. And often it can create that modality by which you feel that anxiety, or you feel that disturbance, because it's a modality by which you say, I don't think me being in there is helping. I think it's actually making it worse, right? Like it's the space by which you're like, oh yeah, it's the force of trauma that's trying to pull more energy into the trauma, instead of trying to move through it. It's trying to come out the other side of it. And often the way, and this is what's difficult about this, right? The way you can usually tell the difference between what is happening that feels like somebody is working into the space of something better versus the space by which they're trapped in the trauma is saying, what do you see on the other side of this? When does this end? Right? Where is the energetic conclusion point by which something better is happening? And the modality by which another person can say, well, when this happens, right? When this occurs, things will immediately energetically improve, right? The space by which we're able to recognize the distance, right? Recognizing the energetic distance between what we're currently going through versus where we hope to be is how we effectively identify the fact that we're trying to move something in a healthy direction. And it's hard, right? Because often the space by which another person arrives to that point, right, it is the space by which another person looks at something and says, right, like, what are you doing to energetically improve it? Nothing, but the need grows, right? The space by which we often understand that is the space by which we are effectively able to recognize and articulate the space by which we ourselves are taking steps to move something into a better direction, right? And that is how, and this is often this is often what happens with healers. And I feel like this is going to happen a lot with healers during this energy, right? Is the space by which we have to say, I want to heal this, right? But I can't, but the force by which another person demands upon something versus knowing the right direction often creates that space of saying, right, like, this is what I can do, but I don't want to be in the space by which my presence is condoning something getting worse instead of better, right? And so I almost see you kind of having to work through that. And I keep on getting, and this is why I keep on hearing all those birds around you. And this is why I keep on hearing a lot of those birds, because I keep on hearing the sound of us holding healthy boundaries should always be met with applause, right? It's like it's the energy that understands that when we're setting healthy boundaries, that the sound we should hear is applause, because it's the energy, right? It's the energy that basically speaks upon the fact that we say, I care, right? I care, but I'm aware, right? I'm aware of what feels like what my compassion drives me towards versus what realistically needs to happen in order to allow something to get better. And I feel like I feel like it's painful because I almost see you having to articulate, right? Like having to almost be the force of reason in things, in relationality to saying, make sure that your priorities are straight, right? And I feel like a lot of that modality that I'm identifying there has to do with, I keep on seeing, like, I don't know why, like, it almost feels to me like a lot of situations by which um, someone isn't seeing clearly in the perception of what needs to be protected is what I keep on getting, right? And that is the space by which, and I keep on hearing, the way that we effectively articulate or recognize that is being able to say to another, what is the what is the positive outcome? What is the ideal, right? What is the ideal situation by which something can move to a better space? And if someone says, I don't see it, being like, that's what needs to be fixed, right? The space by which they say, this is awful, and being like, yeah, this is awful, but what would make it better? Nothing. This is just the way it's going to be forever. Being like, it can't be like that, right? And often the way we have to put our foot down on things is saying, this is not only not ideal, but if my presence is prolonging a less than ideal situation, then you have to effectively move yourself away from it, saying there has to be an ideal that we're striving towards. There has to be progress, right? It's not the space by which you say, I'm not here to allow for a situation that's untenable to continue longer than it should, but the space by which you say, like, this is what I can do on the short term, but this is where it needs to arrive in the long term. And this is what we do when we're in a healthy space, is saying to another, right, like, this, like, is something that is uncomfortable is not forever. And the way that we articulate it's not forever is because we're able to apply the force of change in terms of what needs to become better. So I feel like it's hard because I keep on hearing, when you're being the force of reason, right? Like, when you're being the force of reason, what's the first sound that you're potentially going to have to hear? Boo, right? Like, you're gonna, it's like, it's often the space, like the first thing you'll hear when you're moving into trying to be the force of reason in a traumatizing situation is someone potentially wanting to energetically project upon you. But I feel like that's a space by which you say, like, if you saying to another person, like, I'm being reasonable, if you want to hate me through that, like, that is your projection of me, right? Like, I feel like it's a lot of the work that I see that you're doing, trying to say to someone, I care about you, but the care that you're extending is the space by which you say there has to be something better, right? We have to be moving something. When we care, we move things in better directions, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like a lot of this, and I keep on hearing, you're not a messenger. I don't know why I keep on hearing this, like seven of pentacles in its reversal, someone being like, tell them this, and being like, I'm not saying anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just keep on hearing that. There's something about you saying to another person, right? Like, somebody trying to get like, I keep on hearing you having to, like, say to somebody, like, I'm not here. Like, I'm not your energetic therapist, is what I keep on seeing you having to say to someone, which is the space by which another person tries to convey something, or being like, will you talk to them? And you're like, no. Like, I see you being like, no. Like, no, why don't you? Like, that's what I mean in relationality to the space by which, like, I keep on hearing you say to someone, like, this is what I can do on something, and this is what I can't do. And especially if it feels like the modality by which another person is trying to ask you, like I said, like the space by which you said, like the space by which another person is asking you to resolve something on their behalf, I see you almost saying to them, like, that is not, like, I keep on, we don't put each other in uncomfortable situations like that, right? Right? What is the sound, like, what is the sound you'll often hear in a trauma environment? Will you talk to them for maybe, like, why can't, like, there it is, right? Why can't you talk to them yourself, right? the modality by which another person feels, right? The space by which another person says, like, go be the voice of reason, being like, this has already reached an unreasonable point. You're not there to be like, you're not there to be the voice of reason between two unreasonable forces, right? The space by which you articulate that healthy energy wouldn't put you in that position is the space by which you potentially, I feel like it's almost you having to take a space and say, like, this is how I feel, this is how you're making me feel, and this is what I think would be needed to be able to make something better. So being able to hold those boundaries. And I just keep on hearing the same message. Healthy energy, like when we're in a healthy space, the only thing we should hear when we're setting healthy boundaries is the sound of applause, right? So let that, like, and when we're setting healthy boundaries in an unhealthy space, we'll experience clause, right? The difference between applause and clause, which is energy saying, thank you for letting me know, I want to work to alleviate it, versus someone saying, how dare you, right? Like the space by which they try to project that onto you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, and that's where I'm getting a lot of that fire horse energy, right? Because the fire horse energy is basically saying to someone, like, this is the direction it needs to go, right? And how you feel about it, like you saying, like, how you feel about it, like if you're trying to move something into a healthy direction and someone has a lot of heart, like anger that comes towards you in that space, being like, that speaks more about the fact that they're not inclined to try to fix something so much as they're potentially creating, right? They're making something, they're saying, like, I'm invested in making it worse, right? Like, okay, well, there you go, right? Like, there it is. All right, that's good to know, right? That's, even that is good to know, right? Right? If you're saying, I'm trying to move something in a healthy direction, and someone goes, how dare you? What they're really saying is, I'm invested in making it worse. So sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Ooh, all right, one moment, please. And I'm reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, and you've got a lot of birds in your yard right now. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, exactly. You've had to move away from a lot of people that were like that in your life. Some still do, but here's the thing. I need to point out that the sound you should hear when you're helping is thank you, not one more thing, right? It's the space by which another person articulates and identifies, like the space by which another person says, like, they're identifying and recognizing and working to balance, is the space by which another person identifies that they're not trying to pull you into the trauma, right? Yeah. It's just, I know, and I feel like that's what you see, right? And that's what I keep on. Yeah, I have over. That's wild. That's amazing. It is. Oh, that's wild, Nicole. No, I can see, but that's the thing about it. Like, it's exhaustive because I feel like it's you saying to someone, like, this can't continue like this, right? And I keep articulate and honoring your exhaustion, which is saying to someone, like, I want to help, but there's a limit to how much you can. Yeah. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. And Tracy, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you so much. Right back at you, dear. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. hmm Nobody's got time for this to be here. But here's the, like, that's the thing about it, right? Like, you having to say, like, it's you saying, like, progress, like you saying, like, I am very available for progressive spaces, but not for energy that wants to kind of continue in the rotation, creating more trauma. And thank you so much, Gerard, for the follow as well. Yeah, and that's the thing about, and like, here's the thing about it, like, it's very much like putting your foot down, but seeing someone, but, and I like to point this out, like, when we're in a healthy space, like, when another person articulates, we say, like that's important, right? It's understanding why we feel that way. So it's honoring your emotions in the best way possible because you're looking for direction in uncomfortable situations. Please do. That's incredible. I know. Oh, is it snowing where you are too? I feel like it's finally stopped here. It's finally stopped. You're so welcome. I'm so glad these messages are helping you as well, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, what's going on with your wrist, Angelique? Can you let me know if if we're having a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the hawk. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you're doing well today, Opal. All right. It does kind of, yeah. Hi there. I sent an email. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I got you, dear. Thank you for confirming. Just a reminder to anyone who'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for our readings, you can include in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over. I believe, hold on a minute. Okay. Hold on, there's a lot of information here. Oh. Wow. Wow. First of all, what mature conversations you're having, you know? Like, there's just something I gotta state there. Oh. What? The last part, man. Wait. What? Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Let's get into it. Okay, let's talk about it. You should have started with the last part should have been the first part. Okay? That's all good. Okay. I know it's okay. We're gonna get into this reading. All right. Okay. So before we get started, I'm gonna pin you up here. I mean, all right. And guys, hold on a minute. Let me just pin you up. Guys, make sure to give, yep. All right, make sure to give them some love. All right, where are we? Can I please get 4 cards? You know this is a guide reading. You know it's coming. It's coming. It's already coming. You got a guide. I think you already know what you already know what the guide's going to say. I'm going to be telling you the same thing that you've been hearing from them. You can't build a healthy relationship with someone who's afraid of you. That's everything else. Right? I want you to move all of everything you told me. Everything you told me, I need you to, that's a veil, okay? You need to move all of that out of the way. You got to move all of that out of the way is getting to the bottom of what was going on there. Okay? All of that is getting to the bottom of what was going on there, okay? And what do we see? You cannot build a healthy relationship with someone who's afraid of you. You cannot build a healthy relationship with someone who's afraid of you. And what did you say? You went through all of this, energy, right? Of someone who effectively got close to you, right? And then they effectively, even in the space by which you said like they were doing things that weren't reasonable or don't make sense, right? I feel like the word you need to look at, because you know that like and I got to talk about what's going to be happening like next, because there's a lot that I'm seeing here. Okay, you cannot build, I just keep on hearing this from your guide, you cannot build a healthy relationship with someone who's afraid of you. And the space by which you articulated the fact that you sedated this, they said it, they literally said it to you. They said that they're trying to stop themselves from building feelings for someone who was into the belief systems that you hold. End of conversation. End of that's it. Because even in the space by which and you know what's happening here, right? Old story, right? Because when somebody is afraid of you and then they start to develop feelings, what are they immediately going to do? Right? They're not going to take ownership for the feelings. They're going to say, what are you doing to me? Right? See the power of their fear projected, the modality by which they can't come to terms with their feelings because they can't resolve the fact that they're afraid that you are responsible for them. Oldest story in the book. Literally, oldest story in the book. Right? The modality by which another person tries to build a relationship with someone because they have fear of them, and then they develop feelings, and instead of owning the feelings, they like to articulate that the energy, that the feelings aren't natural, right? That the feelings can't possibly be natural, that they must be, that another person must be creating them. You cannot build into a healthy relationship with someone who is afraid of you, and not just afraid, potentially terrified, because everything we see that's happening here, and this is what I want you to be conscientious about, this energy is going to come back to you. It's not, because as they get like, it's energy that's trying to work on being brave, right? It's energy trying to, and you are not the space. Okay, you are not the space for another person to test their bravery. Second of all, is what I keep on seeing. Now, in relationality to this, and I want to describe this, and I want to tell you right now, you were like, I know why you're so upset, right? They ruined it for no reason. You're right. You have every reason to be upset. They let their fear get in the way of an ideal partnership. You have every reason to carry pain on that. Fear is powerful, man. Fear is powerful and painful. And the hard part about this is I would not be surprised if this energy tries to come towards you, right? They're going to potentially try to come towards you again, right? When they've changed their mind about some things. When something becomes mainstream, right? Watch how quickly, right? Watch how quickly this energy potentially tries to return back to you as something becomes more mainstream, right? The sound you will hear associated with the connection will be, I would like the opportunity to offer you an apology. But the space by which, when we care about each other, we're brave for each other, right? When we care about each other, we're energetically brave for each other. And the modality by which, and I need to describe this, your divine counterpart is not going to be afraid of you. You know this. Your divine counterpart will be brave for you. They will not be afraid of you. Your divine counterpart will be brave for you. They will not be afraid from you. They will not be afraid of you. I want you to write that down. Because, and I keep on seeing, and you saw this here, and I'm going to tell you right now, I wouldn't be like, I feel like the next connection you have is going to be your person. Because I see that this, and this is why it feels like it's so painful, because I can almost see the space by which this person felt like they were ideal. All they had to get through was the fear, right? All they had to get through was the fear. But that's why I keep on getting, your divine counterpart is not going to be afraid for you. They're going to be brave for you, right? They're going to have that bravery. They're going to want to protect you. You need someone who is a protector, right? You're not going to be in a relationship with someone that literally articulates, right? Like they're already in the space by which they, like I keep on seeing, like the space by which they are identified, like they were being very honest, right? So that was a gift. You saw the fact that they were being very honest, but honesty, right? Honesty is only half of it. Bravery is the other half. Okay, bravery's like honesty's great. Bravery's better, right? Because you can be honest, right? You can be honest, and that's the thing about it. Honesty without bravery can hurt others, right? The modality by which another person is honest with us, and then we're devastated by that honesty. It's not enough to be honest. We also have to be brave for each other. And the reason I keep on seeing this is I see somebody that had a really intense connection with you, right? The observation of someone that says, you've made me feel something I've never felt before, right? But the fact that they identified that what you believe was a hurdle is the fact that they can't get over in their head the fear or anxiety of another person's bias, which is saying, do I feel like this because it's authentic, or did this person create it? And the truth is, right, it was authentic. You weren't doing anything, right? And the fact that they effectively moved away from what would have potentially been the most incredible experience because they felt that observation of what was growing within them, right? The modality by which, right? The modality by which you weren't doing anything but just being your natural, beautiful, incredible self, and they felt all of those incredible feelings opening up, and their first feeling, instead of saying, this is incredible, what a blessing, is, what are you doing to me, right? They couldn't allow the alleviation of their own anxiety. They allowed their fear to get in the way of what would have been a profound energetic connection. And even in the space by which I would say the hard part about this is be ready for them to come back, right? Be ready for them to come back when they start to realize when they start to understand something deeper. By then, bottom of the deck on this, you're already going to be in connection. I see you in healthy counterpart connection very, very soon. So I would be very conscientious the next person that you effectively when you're ready to move into, not to say not rushing into things right now, but being very intentional when you move into relationship, because I even see, right, Like like I keep on hearing like the modality of the divine counterpart that says, right, they were close, and this is why it's so painful, because I can see the fact that they were so close, right? But I just keep on hearing your divine counterpart that keeps on saying, I will not be afraid for you. I will be brave for you. I will not run from the way that you make me feel. I'm going to run towards it with my arms open. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And if you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. For my subscribers, being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, and we're also at, we're also at 55.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, I can't wait to see it, Bridget. Afraid is interesting. Yeah, that's true. But the fact that they said it was a new thing they brought up, it's not new. It's been there the whole time. They're finally admitting it. Right? Yeah. But even there, right? It's like they're not. I keep on hearing the same message. The divine counterpart is not going to be afraid of you. They're going to be brave for you. They're gonna be a protector. Yeah, fear is a powerful feeling and disastrous. There was an articulation of someone identifying the fact that what someone that they felt like they felt anxiety for developing feelings in relationality to another person having certain beliefs. Yeah, I can no, it should be hurtful, right? Like they let their own bias and fear stand in the way of what would have been. I keep wondering if they let their bias and fear stand in the way of what would have been a dream relationship, is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. Well, and that's what I keep on seeing, like that they're not though. And I feel like they're actually like the one thing I said, like be prepared for them to come back towards you when they realize that like don't let somebody hurt you. You are not comparable with another person, right? I just keep on hearing they're in for a rude awakening because appearances can be deceiving. You know? Which one are you talking about, Nicole? I'm happy. Like, if there's a deck you see that you're interested in, you just tell me what it is. You just tell me what it is. Oh, you're talking about this one? Yeah, I'm very happy. I am very happy to promote the decks that I like. This is the Tarot del Fuego. It's an absolutely beautiful deck. Very big fan of it. Beautiful. You're welcome. Yeah, especially because of the way they described her. And the thing is, yeah, but I need to point this, like that is cruelty. It is very cruel. Like it is very cruel to say to someone, "Oh, you're just like that." Like don't let that. And that's why I said like don't let that affect you, right? Don't let that like there's something that I keep on seeing, right? Don't let their fear hurt you. I want you to write this down. I want you to keep on focusing on it. Your divine counterpart is not going to be afraid for you. They're going to be brave for you. Right? They're not going to require you to change. They're going to do everything they can to protect the precious person that you are. Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Yeah, again, you don't get to cherry pick, right? They're cherry picking. Let them cherry pick. That cherry picking does not get better, it gets worse. If you see somebody cherry picking, let them pick their cherries. That That was just a taste. All right. Let them have what, like, let them have what they chose. Let them continue to pick like that. Okay. And that's why I said when they come back, because they will, right? Remember, when they come back, remember and say to them, you chose. Okay. Like when that energy comes back, just remember they chose. Yep. I know. And you should. Like I keep on seeing. And the thing about it is that I feel like that's why I said be very conscientious with the next relationship, because the like everything I'm like there's intensity here. Like I feel like your divine counterpart connection is right on the other side of this. So just be very intentional when you are ready to heal and you start opening yourself up to partnership. I let myself, yeah. that vulnerability was not a wasted effort. I keep on seeing your divine counterpart is going to see that. Don't let them create the space by which you close the door on that vulnerability. Allow it to be the space by which you continue forward. I know how difficult that is, and I keep on give yourself time to feel the emotions upon it, but don't let it. Like I want you writing down right now what it feels like to be in divine counterpart connection, right? Particularly with a counterpart that is brave enough and not afraid of you. A mind should never be quiet. Who wants a quiet mind? Are you kidding me? I mean, we can choose. We can have the choice. We can create the peace in our mind. We can create the solemnity, right? But it's the space by which, like I keep on seeing, like the space by which we create peace is a very active space. And here's the thing about it: your divine counterpart will also have those qualities. Mm-hmm. And this is what's hard, right? Because I can literally see a situation by which this person like literally felt like they checked all the boxes. But this is the most important one. I want you to remember this from this reading. The divine counterpart that's for you is not afraid for you. They're brave for you. Absolutely. I was so ready. Absolutely. No, continue. Take the time that you need to heal, because I keep on hearing, take the time to heal because the next one will be real. Take the time to heal because the next one will be real. And sending you so much support on that journey. A quiet mind. What's that? Sounds like a nice place. What's that like? What's that like? I've heard tell of it. Exactly. You're so welcome, dear. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. You have every right to be upset about it. They let their fear get in the way of what would have been an ideal relationship. But that is still available to you. But that's why I say be very conscientious that they try to come back, especially when you start moving towards that other partnership. Remember that they chose, right? Remember that they chose. Let the picker chose. Don't let them try to come back and say like, oh, I picked, like, don't, like, what do pickers say? I picked wrong. What do pickers say? I picked wrong. There's no picking. Let them be. If they want to pick, let them pick. Right? They pick their pickiness. Let them have it. Okay? All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. We are going to continue right now. The next person on that list, on the list right now, is going to be Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I appreciate you as well, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. The next person we're reading for today is Avatar. I know Avatar had to step away. So that is an absolutely beautiful step to take right now. Absolutely. All right, the next person I'm looking for right now is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over. We're about to get started on one card, Rudy. We've got, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Ooh. I was gonna say you could post it in the disco, but you have to be a subscriber to post the songs in the disco. Ugh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. I know it's not easy. And thank you. You're so welcome, dear. Yep, absolutely. You're welcome, Ruby. All right, second call for Avatar. Second call for Avatar. If Avatar is not here, we are going to get started on, hold on a minute. All right, we are going to get started on 1 card readings for superfans. So if you are a superfan waiting for your 1 card, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a superfan, your superfan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the next person read for. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. Okay. You're so welcome, dear. All right, Ruby, 1 card on the next few days, please. I feel like that I feel like I see you kind of working through situations of navigating other, like, I keep on hearing temperamentality that ruins things is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with, like, I need to point this out, like 5 of Pentacles in its reversal is saying to me the difference between testiness and temperament is often identified and defined with a sense of, I keep wondering, like, with a sense of identifying and recognizing the energetic care that we put to things. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, you know, it's wild because it almost says to me, you have a right to be temperamental if someone is perpetually testy with you, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like it, and this is why sometimes, like, apologies don't erase things, because if someone is perpetually testy, they're always apologizing for their testiness instead of working on it, right? Like it's like apologies are good, change is better. So I feel like that's you potentially, like making someone aware, right? Like making someone aware of a tendency in that way, you know? Okay. And I've got you, Ava, 1 card, please. And just a reminder to anyone who's joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you also, as a member, also are eligible for a 1 card. So can I get 1 card, please? Yeah, we've got the King of Pentacles and it's upright. So I see somebody, like, it's interesting. Every time I read for this energy, I feel like there's some kind of misconnection here, you know? Like, I feel like it's somebody who's come into contact with you and they worry about the opportunity of connecting with you again. And I almost see them, like, trying to, like, they're having, like, I feel like them saying, like, if it's, like, I hear somebody saying, if it's meant to be, like, if it's meant to be, if it's meant to be, like, it's like somebody's getting spiritual over you. It's like somebody's getting spiritual over you. They're like, if it's meant to be, it'll be. Like, you know, you can't, I keep on hearing somebody say, like, you can't deny things that are meant for us, right? They find their way back to us, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, air dragon energy. You know, it's like somebody's learning the process of surrender as it relates to coming into contact with you, is what I keep on seeing. Ah, sigh. Excellent. And thank you for those heart me's, Ruby. Thank you, guys. Remember to please recharge your heart me's if you're looking for an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. Erica, thank you for the follow as well. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Right? Continue love and healthy boundaries. Love and healthy boundaries, dear. One card for Ivana, highest priority. You know, I keep wondering, sometimes when we're right, the response we get is silence. You know? I don't know why I keep on seeing this. And I feel like it has to do with some kind of experience in the past. You know? That is like when we're honest and another person goes silence, that's the honesty that acts as protection. Right? Like protection is redirection. And so like trauma hates clarity. So the observation of you, right? Like your honesty has never hurt anything healthy, is what I keep on hearing. Your honesty has never hurt anything healthy. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? This is your honesty has never hurt anything healthy, is all I keep on hearing. And the space by which another person feels like they move away from you, and the space by which you're being honest, like let that that is the honesty that acts as shield, right? Sometimes that silence is the ability of you being able to articulate to another what you're effectively seeing, that allows for the, like I keep on hearing, a healthy conversation is not one that we chase after, but we're always eager to continue, is what I keep on seeing, right? A healthy conversation is not one that we chase after, but we're always eager to continue, right? Not the space by which another person feels, not the space by which another person feels that they need to be chased after for one, right? That's often usually why you can't have a healthy conversation with someone. There's no chasing in a healthy conversation. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Per. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Julia, one card, highest and best, please, for Julia. You know, like I said, every time I read for you right now, when we care about each other, we don't come to each other to get to the bottom of things, is what I keep on hearing. When we care about each other, we don't come to each other to try to get to the bottom of things, right? And I don't know why I keep on hearing that. This is why, like, energy that says I'm trying to get to the bottom is already, like, they're already at the bottom, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like they almost articulate it, like the energy being like, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, being like, yeah, I know, you're only trying to bring something lower, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like energy that's more invested in having tea, right? Like energy that's always invested in having tea is always invested in getting into the bottom of things. And then they get really, notice how personally, right? Notice how personally someone will take it when they come towards you with questions instead of compassion. And the modality by which you say to them, I don't exist, right? I don't exist to scratch the itch of your curiosity, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bull energy, right? I would not be like, I feel like it almost like it feels to me, right? Like this is like I feel like I see some kind of force from where you're healing, by which another person, I keep on hearing somebody say like what did you make me do? And somebody saying like I haven't made anyone do anything, right? But the space by which another person, right? Like it's saying to me, like I keep on hearing like the fall. I keep on hearing something about a false buddy, right? Like a false buddy is someone being like, like I don't let anyone get between us, being like why, like that's weird, right? Like like the perception that another person has that relationships interfere with a friendship, like that is what I keep on seeing in relationality to weird energy, is what I keep on picking up on. So don't get invested in helping energy identify something that was weird in the first place, right? That's what I keep on hearing around that. Like even in that protection. Yeah. All right, one moment, please. Oh, thank you for the roses, Cam. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Absolutely. And thank you. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you today. Just scrolling back up. Yep, 1 minute. Bum, bum, bum. Hi, Kay. Good to see you today, dear. Hold on a moment. And Erica, thank you for the follow, dear. You're so welcome, Ruby. All right, where were we? And thank you for sharing the live, Per. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, Hannah, 1 card, highest priority, please. What is this? I don't know. I feel like this is like, I feel like there's some kind of energy that I see that you're working through. Like as it relates to like you can't get anywhere with energy that tries to articulate like it's feeling like click energy, right? Like and this is the thing about like we often navigate maturation where like when we see like you'll usually tell that someone's matured when they see like click energy, which says like, oh, like what are you going to do to come in? Be like nothing. Like what are you talking about? Like it's like what like what like it's not. It's like you bringing compassion to situations is often like I keep on hearing energy misses out on you, right? Like bottom of the deck, like especially with this page of wands energy, right? Like what am I seeing there? Like a lot of that, like it's saying to me, like, I need to describe this, right? Like the insularity, right? The insularity that we create in relationality to like in relationality to working through hard feelings. I feel like I see you taking compassionate approaches to things or helping another person understand the quality or condition of, I keep on hearing like toxic group mindsets. And what is a toxic group mindset, right? It's the observation of working through something by which you're constantly like you're building into some kind of fear-based approach, right? And I keep on hearing like a healthy group is not afraid of things not within the group, right? I feel like there's something about that that you're trying to help another person understand. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this swan energy, right? I feel like there's a lot of trauma. Like it's hard. Like it's very hard when we come out of experiences by which another person has hurt us. I keep on hearing insular energy creates fear in relationality to things that exist outside of it, right? It's like the energy that pulls in on itself by saying like it's everything out there that you have to be careful of, right? It's like, so I feel like I see you carrying, and like it's okay because it almost says to me that you getting to know others is where a lot of your shadow work might be experienced, right? Like the space by which you experience the anxiety of healing and then realize that there was nothing to energetically be afraid of, right? If you're doing that work, it can sometimes be the hardest work, but keep navigating it with a sense, keep navigating it with a sense of like kindness, gentleness, and cooperation, right? Absolutely. I've got you, Moon. One card, highest priority, please. We've got the Three of Wands in its reversal. And so I feel like there's something, I feel like I see you getting better at communicating or articulating upon something. Like finding an ability to talk about something that was hard to talk about before, like especially with the Two of Pentacles, you know? Like I feel like this is you like pushing important. A good conversation is sometimes a hard conversation, right? But the ability to effectively identify and recognize it is how we fortify for it. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the bull energy, right? The way that we increase the way that we increase our comfort zone is directly proportional to how eagerly, like how we can effectively step out of it. And we don't do that in like a massive way, but a little bit every day goes a long way. So every day, like saying to yourself, like every day doing something that kind of challenges the self, but challenges the self in the best way possible, particularly in the realm of communication. Is it? So I have somebody saying that the volume of the live is fluctuating. Is anyone else experiencing that? Just let me know if that's something that you've been having to navigate. Ella, one card, please, on next step. Again, I need to articulate, we never look to the tarot to make our decisions for us, but to effectively advise or provide guidance and relationality to how to navigate situations going forward. Yeah, particularly with the Three of Wands in its reversal, I feel like there's something, energetically important there as it relates to, I keep on seeing communicating upon something, it's saying it feels like I don't know what, like I need to describe that, like some of this energy right now can it can bring out the thing with the eclipse energy is it can bring out the best or the worst in others, right? And when we're navigating situations with a sense of care or empathy, right? Like we don't allow our fear to dictate or to drive our direction. And I feel like there's something really significant and important there. Um, like I keep on seeing I keep on hearing like as it relates to you having conversation, like an unreasonable conversation is a conversation by which another person says I keep on getting this too, like somebody who's like someone who's afraid of things but they can't articulate upon what they're afraid about, being like I keep on hearing like the nameless fear is often something that we have to recognize because it's often it's like working through like a lot of that anxiety, which is to say like fear is healthy so long as it moves us into the space by which we can do something positive with it, but not the space by which we just have it and we're letting it shape how we observe things, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide in relationality to that. Yeah, like I keep on hearing like having a conversation with someone if it feels like their fear is overriding their ability to see energetic reason, right? Which is to say like a healthy fear is one that feels like it's directive, that says what can you do, like what can you do to effectively alleviate it. But when someone is in a space by which all they fear, like it's funny because I was going to say feel, but like all they see, when all they feel is fear, then it doesn't allow one to have a positive conversation because it's the space by which another person is like they're letting the fear dictate how they perceive things that might articulate the fact that like it makes it hard to talk to another person in that space, right? You can't when you recognize someone's in that space, sometimes you have to step backwards instead of forwards because it doesn't create the space by which you can have a logical conversation, right? Absolutely. One moment, please. Just reading back. hmm And thank you for those gifts, dear. Hi there, Kay. 1 second. There we go. 2 cards for Bridget on counterpart, please. Wow. I feel like I see somebody who's like this is there's a lot of like I feel like I see somebody that's like going through a lot of emotions right now. Like I feel like they're like it's saying to me like somebody who feels like they're starting from the ground up, right? Like I've got a lot of like a lot of emotions that are coming through, specifically because um, they're making room for emotions in a way that they never have before, right? And I feel like a lot of that bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this Four of Swords in its upright, um, like the Four of Swords in its upright is somebody who's like very much in reminiscing mode, right? I feel like they're in some kind of liminal space by which they walked away from something and something new hasn't begun. So this is like I feel like this is a very heavy time for them with feeling a lot of this eclipse energy because like it feels to me like almost like they're recognizing that they're going through some kind of like rebirth, as it were. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, specifically with the salmon, you know, I feel like this is hard for them because um, it feels like a situation by which like, this is energy that works a lot towards friendship. And I keep on seeing like there's something about friendship that they moved away from something to protect something that was important to friendship. So I see somebody who like is fine, like is like I feel like they're in a way like they're trusting their path in a way that they never have before. Like they're connecting to spirituality in a way that feels very deep because I feel like they've almost like I feel like they're almost connecting to their guides in the space of like saying like what do I do now, right? And they're being attentive, that they're getting a lot of reassurance from spirit that that's something that they did, like they just need to be patient through, is what I keep on seeing. Oh, hi, Michelle. You changed your name. Okay, thank you for confirming, dear. Ava, thank you for getting on the list, dear. You'll be the next person read for. And please, if anyone hasn't posted your 1 card, please hold on it. I'm going to let my intuition do my 1 card. Oh, I love that. You're not a mess. You're a work in progress. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, you're not a mess. You're a work in progress. That's what the 1 card is, right? You got to stop talking about yourself like that, right? Bless those lips. Bless those lips. You're not a mess. You're a work in progress. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, adder, right? The ability to recognize and identify how you're like what you're working on changing, right? Like blessing the mess of the self so that one can effectively perfect what you're trying to perfect. Alexandra, highest priority for the week, please. Let's see. We've got here everybody. It's like it's gonna be everybody be like deep in nostalgia right now. You know, like I feel like it feels like nostalgia central. I don't know why, especially with this like 10 of wands in its upright. um I feel like there's a lot. I feel like you're gonna be having a lot of conversations with energy that is on like they're like working through like ennui is what I keep on seeing. And you're like ennui is like being able to feel like you're like something is energetically missing, you know, like that feeling of working through something that's missing. But it's interesting because I almost see you, right? Like animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the crane energy, right? Like like this is why like too much nostalgia is a bad thing, right? Because when we're nostalgic, we when we get too nostalgic, we aren't holding on to what is energetically happening. So I almost see like I almost feel like it might be a little bit difficult in relationality to you experiencing something because I see you being able to be like, well, I like that's a hard part when someone's nostalgic, being like, oh, it's a shame it's like that, being like, this could fix it, and someone being like, oh, but it's so sad. But being like, but this could fix it, right? I guess like somebody who's addicted, when someone's addicted to nostalgia, you'll be like, this is literally how you could fix that. And they'll be like, like, but alas, right? It's being like that, like, oh, you're in love with your nostalgia, right? Like, oh, you're in love with your nostalgia. Oh, have fun with that, right? I feel like there's something about that. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. One moment, please. I had like 2 or 3 days of feeling positive and bright. That's wonderful. Well, and I want you to like, I think that one of the things to do right now, Rainbow, is hold on to that moment, right? Like encapsulate and capture that feeling and say, like, how can I bring that forth? It was when I opened my heart and now my heart, but here's the thing, right? Like you're working on like it's okay. Like you own your heart, right? So if you've done it once, you can do it again, right? And allow this space of being able to like potentially having meditations where you try to connect back to that sentiment to help kind of heal. I got you one card for I Am a Figment. What's in store with the songwriting? I feel like you're in the process of writing a real good, I feel like you're moving something into a productive space, right? And I think it's interesting too, because I almost feel like there's something about you taking something and moving it into a space by which it doesn't fix it, but it helps you feel better about how you're feeling because you have a place to put it, right? Yeah, especially with the hangman energy, right? And it's reversal. So a lot of that energy in terms of you kind of like I feel like that's like I feel like that's I keep on hearing your songs have helped you heal because they help you recognize something you're feeling that's real, right? So continue to allow the songs to heal you by helping you identify what's real is what I keep on hearing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I pulled on Alexandra's one card. Yep, absolutely. Especially with the hair energy, right? Like I don't know, I keep on hearing the songs heal you because they help you see what's real in a way that you couldn't see it before. And they help others in turn. So continue to focus upon like moving that into a place that feels like it's productive. Oh, thank you for letting me know that, Kay. Yeah, the chat's skipping a bit today, but it's to be expected. Yep, I'm scrolling back up. Thank you for that help, dear. Hi, Kay. Good to see you. All right, I see them now. Okay, Kay, I've got you. One card. Oh, what's going on with that? What's going like outside? Can I get a read on outside energy? Two cards coming out. I mean, it's I mean like it's everybody. Like everybody's like it feels like I think that it's just questioning like I feel like it's the energy that feels the fact that the energy's shifted. They're trying to understand. Like I don't know what happened. Like I literally see energy trying to figure out if something happened because I keep on seeing someone say like they've noticed some kind of shift. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like it feels like there's tea. Like it's like energy. Like there's tea there. Energy's like, what's the tea? Like trying to figure out what's happening there. I got you, Esteban. One career, please. You know, I feel like I think that the thing about going through an expansion moment career is often feeling like you don't fit in anywhere, right? And I feel like you're going through one of those moments right now. Like you're in the middle of kind of identifying or articulating, right? And that can often be like the space by which you don't necessarily feel like you fit is often the space by which it feels like it's a good time to explore new opportunities that would be a good fit. And I feel like it has something to do also with you communicating or articulating to another, like what it is that you're actually very good at doing. And I feel like a lot of it, I don't know, I keep on hearing something about planning coming through on that. Yeah, like the bear energy. I don't know why I keep on hearing like it almost feels like you're getting you're getting strong at something that you didn't expect to get strong in because this is how you find your strong suit. The hard thing about a strong suit is we never intentionally move towards it. We just find it everywhere we go, right? So this is you get, and you might want to have a conversation in terms of talking to another person and saying, "How would you describe me? How would you describe me?" Like let that conversation help your flow. I got you, Rainbow. One card and what will help relieve. I got you, dear. So what you're effectively feeling right now, and I kind of articulated this, especially this energy can be hard with those with Piscean placements because the fact that we have Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries can trigger a lot of abandonment wounds, particularly for those who carry water sign placements. So remember that the state of change is a gift and the ability to embrace how we feel. Bottom of the deck, and I want to describe this, right? The space by which you said to me, and I'm glad that I saw this card before, those words before I got to your reading. If you felt it before, it's still within you, right? If you felt it before, it's still within you. And I need to articulate that this is not a medical reading. So if you're feeling any feelings related to depression, you should definitely go seek medical help for it. But the ability to kind of work energetically on how you're experiencing something is being able to effectively meditate upon that feeling and trying to see if you can regenerate it within yourself. But at the same time, if you're experiencing anything that is connected to depression, remember, I cannot read medically, and I would encourage you to make sure that you're seeking a practice practitioner in relationality to building into like making sure that you're getting the help as needed. Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly with the hair energy, right? Potentially working upon taking direct action in making sure that you are protecting or building into the conscientiousness of the self. Doing what you know is best for the self is how we protect the self, but also trying to articulate or resurge a feeling that we felt before, right? If we felt it once, it isn't ephemeral. We can feel it again. So potentially feeling, working on feeling, generating that feeling within. Absolutely. One card for Yaz on advice regarding relationship with. I see somebody working through a lot of feelings like don't like don't let their like the space by which another person works through dissatisfaction, that's their dissatisfaction, right? And so potentially, right, like I feel like it's hard like saying to another person like lead with a conversation if someone's talking about difficult things, saying what can do you need right now, right? Like the space by which we say to each other like I'm here for how I can help, but only if you can articulate how I can do so, right? Having an empowering conversation on what support would feel like for another person. An empowering conversation in terms of what support would feel like for another person, right? So what would support what would support feel like for you right now is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with that blank manifestation, right? It's okay, like when we care about each other, we don't feel like it doesn't create the space by which we feel like we have to anticipate. Like we effectively arrive to each other in the space by which we're able to articulate upon our needs so that they're met. So being able to say to somebody like, I'm here if for everything you need. I'm also here if you need space, right? Like articulate upon it and I'll be happy to try to offer it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you so much, T, for the follow. Long time. Good to see you, Cam. I hope you're doing well. Per, one card. Oh, one card on that. I said no this morning in order to... Oh, Per, I got you, dear. And please remember we're holding on one cards because we're getting back to personal readings. How are you doing today, official? It's a past life connection. It's because scent unlocks memories, and you're searching for past life memories. So you're grabbing scents because you're hoping that the scent is going to unlock a past life. Like it's a very clever higher self, right? It's an animal spirit guy. Right? You recognize, I feel like your higher selves recognize that there's a connection to like sense unlocking memories, right? So if you're in the space by which you're like you're invested in past lives and you're collecting sense, what does this make you think of? You're like you're looking for the scent to trigger memory. Yep. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Phoenix. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. I'm so glad I brought some joy to your day. I was trying not to. How did that go for you? All right, I got you, Minnie. One card on the week ahead, please. Let's see. I feel like I see you kind of working. I feel like I see you working through something in such a way by which, like, I feel like this is you just getting really specific in relationality to, like, being exact about things, you know? Like I feel like I keep on hearing somebody that articulates how much they ideally like working with you because you're very precise. But I keep wondering, precise is nice, right? Because precise is nice being like one doesn't feel like I feel like somebody saying like they feel like they feel the like I feel like them almost somebody almost saying like not working into the space by which they have to worry about how you feel about things because they feel the relief that if something was wrong, you'll energetically tell them, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it's funny. I keep wondering precise is nice because it's saying that the gift that we have, right? The only way, like the way that we work through that is like when we heal our egos, right? Which is like somebody who feels really comfortable with the fact that they feel, I keep hearing somebody say like they really appreciate the fact that like you have a good relationship with your ego, which is you being like, I see it, right? It's like you being like your own ability of kind of like identifying or recognizing how you feel about something allows, like I see somebody saying like almost saying to you like you get that, right? Like they appreciate the fact that that you're not letting like you don't like I keep wondering like you don't go through like I keep wondering like you don't it's like somebody feels like they feel like the ability of just naturally being able to talk to you because they realize that you don't take things personally, you take them profoundly. It's not the perfume, it's hilarious. Absolutely. I like that. There you go, 5 grand. Problems are solved in the perfume or art design. Oh, that's great. It's beautiful. And thank you, Balance, for the follow. Hi there, Lucas. Oh, I understand, dear. And that's sometimes a gift that we give each other. Yep, absolutely. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I got you, Lucas. One card, please, highest. You got like I feel like somebody like I almost feel like somebody being like, can I just need somewhere to put this. Right? I just need somewhere to put this. And that's what's beautiful. It's really nice when like somebody's in like the space by which we can hold space, and someone being like, I don't need anything done about it. I just need a place where I can vent. The beauty of being each other's vent spaces is like I keep on seeing like somebody articulating the fact that you energetically understand, right? Like it's saying to me like somebody who says like I feel like it's somebody like there's like somebody who looks at you as their mirror, which is the space by which they say if there's something like if there was something that they were seeing that was wrong there, they know that you'd be the person to tell them, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing about that. Like in relationality, especially like yeah, blackbird energy, right? Um, it's funny 'cause that's often why Capricorns become the vents. Right? It's like give it to me straight. Like it's like give it to me straight. Am I seeing this wrong? Like, oh, I gotta go find a Capricorn. Like, what am I missing? Absolutely. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. One card regarding connection for Chrissy. Um, I, I feel like I see somebody trying to get better at explaining how they feel, right? Like I see somebody that's like working through something, but especially with this Five of Pentacles, like I feel like it feels to me like almost someone who carries a lot of trauma in terms of like someone trying to talk to someone about how they feel and someone who tried to tell them that they were weak for feeling that. You know, I keep on hearing our feelings are not a weakness, they're our greatest strength. So I feel like it's almost like somebody who's like carrying a lot of trauma related to feelings of vulnerability in relationality to being able to communicate something, right? Like it's saying to me like it's some real deep inner child healing. Yeah, especially with the blackbird, right? Like the modality by which they're healing when we're not in connection with our vulnerability, then when another is vulnerable to us, we look at it with disgust. But that talks more about the energy that hasn't healed their connection to vulnerability than it has anything to do with us, is what I keep on hearing. But there's a lot of that energy because it feels like to me it's like that it's a conversation they long to have with someone that isn't it's like they can't that they're not here to have it with. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of internalized work that I see that someone's going through. Thank you, Hannah. Volume is all good. I appreciate you guys confirming. My mental state is fluctuating, but not this live. Thank you. Nicole, thank you too. Okay, no problem, dear. I got you, Lucas. Yeah, we have a blank. There are blank cards in the Animal Spirit Guide cards. You're so welcome, Ella. Lisa, one card, highest priority. Make sure, like, make sure you're having a responsible conversation with someone, right? Like having to have a conversation with someone in terms of them being too gentle about something. You know, I keep on hearing bottom of the deck, um, sensitive, right? Like I keep on hearing like we can be sensitive and also strong, right? Which is the space by which when we're working on sensitivity, we are sensitive of it, but we work upon strengthening it. Because if you avoid something sensitive, it becomes a weakness instead of a strength. So I feel like it's almost you and another person having a bit of a hard conversation relationality to how you navigate sensitivity in another is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, animal spirit guide, especially with the owl, right? Like I feel like it's almost like it's like you saying to another person like I would like to entertain the idea that I might have some experience in something. You see almost having to say that to someone, being like, who am I with my all of this experience that has nothing to do I like it's like there is nothing new under the sun. It's just different ways of talk. Like I feel like there's something about that. right? Like understanding, the sensitivity, but not allowing, like having a healthy constructive conversation upon like wisdom, but also upon healthy wisdom can innovate upon wisdom, right? Which isn't the space by which, like the space by which we understand that wisdom is an adaptable place. It's not the place by which we get firm, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. I just want to point out there's somebody in the comments I just read, I don't know what you're doing, but it's spooky enough for me. I guess we'll take that. We're not aiming for spooky here, but you know, as long as there's something here that you feel is supportive to your journey, then I appreciate I appreciate that there's something positive that you're taking from it. You're so welcome, Bridget. Hi there, Gabby. These are one card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. If we are getting back to personal readings though, so if you'd like to get on the list, we are going to be doing, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers, if you'd like to get on the list, dear. And thank you for the help, Kay. I was born, oh, were you? That's interesting. All right, Claire, 1 card on conversation with them. I feel like you got a lot of work to do. And I feel like they appreciate you because you help them see like what they could improve upon. Bottom of the deck, especially with judgment, right? Like I feel like it's somebody who's like surprised, I don't know. I feel like it's somebody who like often has that tendency of like wanting to give up on themselves and being like, why, why, I see them saying why do you navigate this? And I see you saying to another person with the animal spirit guide, right? Because they care, right? Like when we care about things, we're always looking upon doing something better, right? We have to care, we have to navigate our care with a sense of compassion, right? Which is not to be hard on ourselves, but to recognize what it is that we're trying to do that allows for that benefit of change to occur. Literally a convo with 2 people yesterday, like it's the past, don't overly attach to it. Thank you for confirming, Alexandra. Yeah, your question came through, dear. Absolutely. Oh, I feel like this is you getting more committed to it now, though, dear. It's needed now more than ever. That's beautiful. And thank you for the help, Kay. All right, we're going to continue right now. So as I said, we're now going to we're moving back into personals. The next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait, oh, that was really kind of you, Kay. Thank you for doing that for them. Excellent. All right. And I'm going to take a moment. I'm just looking right now for Ava's question. Second call right now for Ava. Ava, if you're here, I deeply appreciate how this community looks out for each other. Thank you guys. It's incredible. All right, I'm still looking for Ava. I don't know if oh, there you are. Hi, I was looking over there and you're over here. I was like, where is she? Like, how are you doing, dear? Yes, absolutely. Okay, and we're doing a read on how you can use, I love this question. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. And just a reminder, if there's anybody else who would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. And happy to do readings in private. All right. Yeah, no problem, dear. All right, and I've got you here. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to keep that here, actually. And I'm going to pin up Ava. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. Yeah, I was looking for you, dear. Welcome back. Yeah, I can do that today. Let me just pin you up. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. We're also at 76.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Okay. All right. And I'm actually going to be closing the reading list after 100K. Thank you. Did I say 50K? I meant 100K. I'm going to be closing the reading list after Ava's reading. So, perfect. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's a beautiful question. I appreciate that. Okay. Actually, so basically we'll have Ava's reading and Avatar's reading, and then the list will be closed. But if you get on the list today, you'll have first privilege tomorrow, which means that you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Can I please get 4 cards for Ava in relationality to that question? And it's a beautiful question. So thank you for the follow, wife. Bear with me. Okay. Two more, please. My palm started itching. I don't know why. I keep on seeing you've got... I don't know why I keep on hearing you've got some kind of gift in relationality to anticipating trends. I keep on hearing the words before everyone thought it was cool. Is what I keep on getting. Right? And what's often what's it's hard when we're good at identifying trends because you have to, I keep on hearing you saying to someone, you have to jump on a trend before others jump on it, because once everybody's doing it, it's no longer the trend, right? And I think it's interesting because I see you very much in that space by which, and usually you can tell when you're in that kind of vibration because you're doing something when it's weird, right? And everybody says, what are you doing? It's weird. And then next thing you know, everybody's doing it, right? And then you're like, you're welcome. You're welcome. But I feel like there's a lot of that energy there because, and I keep on saying, you've got a lot of that authenticity, right? It takes a lot of confidence to be able to move towards things, because I keep hearing the confidence of moving towards things out of preference, right? The confidence in moving towards things out of preference than general direction is often the space by which you yourself, you're very familiar with that territory. And so I feel like there's something about you being able to articulate to others what the general direction or the effective mood of something is going, is what I keep on seeing. And And one of the, and like, it's interesting too, because I keep on seeing this is something that, this is the way that you need to do this. Okay. And I'm going to walk you through how, and it's going to sound, you're going to kind of have to do it. And then when you have it, right, you're going to be able to show it to others, right? Like the ability by which you articulate how you're energetically feeling is you helping another person identify the energetic mood that you're working to bring to. And the hard part about that is I feel like you're like, I keep on getting, it's funny because I'm reading for you and I keep on hearing you're like a mood ring, right? Like, but the reason I keep on hearing that you're like a mood ring is because it's like you're searching for the mood that doesn't exist yet, right? Like you're searching for the mood that doesn't exist yet, but the ability for you to effectively articulate upon what that mood is often, I keep on hearing it's the modality by which you are able to say to another, right? Like this is the direction that I effectively expect that something is going towards. So making sure, I keep on hearing making sure that, and I feel like it's like I see, like I don't know why, I see you kind of like putting something together in such a way by which you articulate upon, right? I feel like I see you like being very creative, but then having to explain to another person, right, what that like where that creativity is going. Because and it's interesting too, because I feel like um, that type of gift is really good when energy is out of touch, right? That it's a good gift when you're able to communicate between energy that is out of touch. So potentially someone who's trying to understand what's happening, right? And you being able to say, like, identify and say that this is what's energetically working. Now, there's something else that I see that's also important here. And I keep on getting that the other aspect of this, and this has to do with your past life, is the word that's coming through strongly is one of ethics, right? Like the word that I keep on seeing is coming through in terms of, I keep on hearing ethical and sustainable, right? Ethical and sustainable. So I keep on seeing you saying to somebody, and this is where I'm going to get into that mood thing, right? It's the mood that has meaning, right? The mood that has meaning because it's you articulating to another person that it's not a mood, right? That it is effectively, I keep on seeing, and I think it's hard, right? Because this is what I like, this is actually, this is where the healing happens, right? Because I almost see you having to navigate a situation by which another person articulates, by which they say to you, right? I'm looking for a mood. And you say to them, welcome. Like, I'm glad that you're here to find a mood, but I'm here to deliver a lesson, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, it's, I want to describe, like, this is you changing something, right? This is you changing something in the process of working through it, right? And that's what's hard about it, because it's requiring you, I keep on hearing it requires you to be patient and not to be angry in relationality to what you're receiving. Because I literally see, like, the process by which you change something is often feeling the vibration of the anger, right? Feeling the vibration of an anger by which another person says, right? We're searching for a mood, right? And in the modality by which they, it's like you saying to them, I know that you're coming here for a mood, but instead I'm going to arrive to you as an energetic lesson, right? Which is a modality by which another person says, we're just looking for something, right? We're looking for something that feels right. And then you say to them, I'm glad you're here to look for something that feels right. I'd like to introduce you to what is right. Like, I'm so glad that you're here seeking what feels right. May I introduce you to may I introduce you to what is right? It's very nice, right? Because I feel like it's you helping another person say, right? There's no better mood, right? There's no better mood than kindness. Right? It's like there's no better mood than generosity. And I feel like that's what you effectively say to somebody. And I think it's interesting because I feel like you articulate to another that the modality by which you help another understand the significance and importance of something is how they navigate it preciously. So I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like the gift that you bring to things is energy saying we're looking for a mood, and you're like, I'm so glad you're here for a mood. Can I offer you an education? Right? I'm so glad that you're here for a mood. Can I offer you some education? Because it's you being able to not only identify what it is that they're seeking, but being able to nourish them in the context of them receiving it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with that 10 of Pentacles in its reversal, it's saying to me that there's a lot of that work that I see that you yourself are trying to bring forth to things. And I keep on getting that like a lot of that, like I feel like it's hard because I see, like, I almost feel like there's experiences by which you've walked away from things because you've had to navigate the space by which another person does not feel like their care is authentic. And I keep on getting that this is going to be a little bit of a perpetual challenge for you in that space because um, right, the identification point of helping another person say, right? Like the difference between scratching the surface of things versus truly understanding them is the desire to effectively learn more. And so I feel like there could be some moments or experiences by which you potentially walk away from things, right? Those modalities by which you see something and another person says, oh, that's not really what we're just looking for a quick fix, and you being like, there's not a quick fix to anything. The fact that you look at things like that is why, right? Like the fact that you look at something like that is why it's not energetically working, right? Because I keep on seeing that you're almost saying to another person that the desire to effectively bring change to situations is not about scratching itches, right? You can't, it's like you saying to somebody, seeing somebody be like, oh, like why are they so good? Like, well, oh, it looks like you might be seeing someone say like, oh, why are like, oh, they're so like, look how lucky they are that they're being so spontaneous, and you having to say to another person, there's a lot of intention to that spontaneity, right? Like that, like energy can be spontaneous when they're paying attention. So the ability, and I feel like there's something important about that. You saying to another person, like spontaneous is the result of paying attention because you're able to articulate the intention that you bring to things that allows you to effectively react to things quickly, is what I keep on getting. So I feel like it's really interesting because I almost see energy that looks to you for that speed, but also having to say to another, you have to have the ability to move through things without running them. I keep wondering, without feeling the need of having to run them all the way up. Like I keep wondering the space of having to run, like by the time someone runs something up a ladder, right, the moment has energetically passed. And I feel like that is something that I see you communicating to another in relationality to the quality that you bring to situations. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have privilege, which means you'll be read for before. You'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Ronelle, for the follow. Thank you as well, dear. Yeah, your palm was itching too. That's good though, right? Like that's a good thing to see what we're doing. That's a good thing to see what we're doing a reading on profession. Yeah, absolutely. Like immediately, like I was like immediately like that. Absolutely. Mood ring, I love that. I'm working on my marketing portfolio at the moment. Thank you for confirming. I keep wondering, include a trend report. Add a trend report to it. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I only want to work for sustainable and ethical businesses. Okay, so that's why I keep on saying they come to you for a mood and you deliver an energetic lesson. So articulate the fact that you've done that before. Excellent. Oh, absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. We can definitely include that. I've had questions right now for, I know we've talked about a shows channel and a perfume channel. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll have first priority. Oh, we're doing angelic guidance. I've got you, dear. Okay. I see. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the fox. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm keeping this out for our reading. And I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just because you're experiencing another person's anger doesn't mean it wasn't the right decision. Especially if another person has issues with anger. Anger is not love. And the space by which another person tries to articulate, right? Like the space by which another person tries to say, can't you see I'm trying to love you underneath all this anger, is why their love is not safe. Love should not feel. Love should not be a distillation process, which is the experience by which we say, well, if I move away all of the all of the awfulness, like, oh, I think that there was some love there, right? Love, when we have worked upon ourselves, right? We do not have to read the sentiment. We don't have to try to extract the sentiment out of the gesture, right? It's not the space that says, oh, well, I mean, if you turn your head like this, right? If you turn your head like this and you squint, if you squint like just right, yeah, there you can see the love, right? You got to turn your head and squint. Yeah, if you turn your head and squint, you see that, yeah, you see that love. That is not beautiful, right? And it's hard, right? Because I feel like recognize how much you yourself have gone through, right? Do you understand the amount of pain that one has to go through to be able to have that gift, right? Do you know how much pain one has gone through to be able to say, well, no, look, if you turn your head like this and you squint, you see the love there? You're right, it's there. but it shouldn't. Love should not require squinting, right? Love should not require us to twist to be able to see it. Because when we've done the work to heal, our love feels like love, right? It's not, it doesn't require a contortion act in order to experience it. And I feel like it's really difficult because I literally see a situation by which another person is potentially very emphatic about the fact that they desire back into your life in some degree, right? And this is the emphasis that we place. The energy that I keep on hearing, we don't demand conversations. We don't demand conversations from each other, right? And make it make sense when someone says, I demand you let me apologize to you. Right there. What? What? I demand you let me apologize to me. You let me. Right? There it is. When we care about each other, we don't demand. We ask. And I feel like I see some kind of experience by which you're working to heal. And it's really, I feel like this type of energy is the most complicated stuff because it can often feel, and I need to point this out, bullying comes in many different forms, right? And the thing about bullying energy is rarely the archetype of what we identify as a bully, right? It's somebody that often feels energetically wounded that is the bully, right? Somebody that articulates upon, right? The bullying force by which one says, you owe this to me, right? You owe that to me, right? The bullying force that becomes, and bullies never wake up and set out to be bullies. Bullies become bullies because they look at the world and they demand things from it instead of asking, what do I need to change within the self to find it? And so I feel like it's very difficult because I see you in the space of navigating a lot of situations like that. And a lot of it, and I need to stress this, right? The way we can recognize that we are being energetically respected is in the quality by which another person respects our wishes, right? Not in the space of saying, well, you said that, but I assumed you meant this. No, that is bullying energy, right? The capability of saying, oh, well, I really like the space by which another person says, oh, well, I was just reading in between the lines of what I thought you wanted, being like, if I wanted it, I would ask for it, right? The modality by which you have to say to someone, I'm being exactly clear with you, right? Not in the space of articulating or working through the modality by which another person builds the false construct of what they believe is happening that goes against what we're literally telling them. So if you're experiencing that, don't get in the habit of repeating yourself. And I feel like it's interesting because I've got a heavy guardian and angel, like I've got a heavy guardian angelic around you, right? And the angelic is saying, don't get in the habit of repeating yourself. You say it to someone once. And if they continue to override what you've asked for, right? If you've asked someone gently for something and then they just pretend it's not there, there's the bullying energy, right? What does the bullying energy say? I forgot you said that. Well, I'm telling you again, I forgot you said it again, right? The obliqueness that refuses to see clarity is often the bullying force. And the bullying feels bullying because it feels like it's like the energy by which it feels like it's through one ear and out the other, right? Nothing you say feels like it gets through, right? Because they're not paying attention to what your needs are. They're only coming towards you from the space by which they have needs of you. It's okay. You do not have to be polite. You do not need to be polite in the face of another person not being respectful. You do not have to be polite in the space of another person not being respectful. And if they're not listening to what you're asking for, right? If they're getting into the space of making you say it over and over again, and then they do it again and again, that is the disrespect. Let them say whatever they want about you being rude. It's rude to do that. Don't let them say, why aren't you responding? Why aren't you getting back to me after you've articulated to someone frequently the same thing? That is the bullying force, right? The energy that is demanding in a space by which we articulate that patience is needed. Don't match that type of energy. Be happy letting that be the closure. Let that be that you cannot get anywhere with bullying energy. And often the hard part with bullying energy, the sound you will hear as they depart your life is, why are you so mean? Why are you so mean? Why aren't you giving me? Why aren't you giving me the precious energy that I demand from you? Failing to recognize that the vibration by which they're trying to demand something is exactly why you do not feel safe within that embrace. Bottom of the deck, you don't owe anybody an explanation. If you're experiencing energy like that, you don't need to give another opportunity for someone to energetically hurt you. Closure does not exist, but often energy that wants back in will articulate that they need a conversation to close things out. There has never been a closure conversation in all of human experience. We don't need to be in front of each other to apologize. We don't need to be in front of each other to effectively offer things. But often energy that wants, like the space by which another person demands, they say, I'll give you that apology, but only if you meet me at this time, at this place. That is dangerous. That is not just disturbing, it's dangerous. Because an apology does not require a time and place to be given. An apology does not require a time and place to be given, right? That's a showdown. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are at the end of the readings for today. I have information in relationality to who that guide is, Avatar. If you want to reach out to me, I think you know who that energetic guide is, but if you want to reach out to me upon it, because it feels like a very protective guide, there's actually two of them, is what I keep on getting. You've got two angelics around you, and they're very much kind of articulating the same thing. If you just reach out to me over the disco, and I'll be happy to give you information related to those. If this message connected to you as well, thank you. We have reached the conclusion of the reads today. We'll be back on tomorrow to be able to do readings. If you get on the list today, you'll have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be first read for before we start the daily collective. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, just bear with me a moment. You're so welcome, Ava. And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. So true. Thank you. Interesting. Yes. No matter how you say it, all of this. I know it's hard, right? Don't let somebody use your empathy against you. And Anna, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right. Thank you, dear. I'm just going to put these one. One card, highest priority for Nikki. And just a reminder, if anyone who has not had a one card reading today who's a super fan, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. I feel like I see you, like, I feel like I see you recalling your energy from things, but I keep on hearing, like, I feel like this is you recalling your energy in the best way possible, right? Like, it's the identification of working through, like, somebody saying, like, it's like somebody says you changed, but in a negative way, like you saying, like, we're supposed to change, right? Like, it's like, that's, like, I see you being like, well, that's what we're supposed to, like, that, like, what are we here for? I see you saying, like, what are we here for if not to change, right? And often energy, like, it's interesting how others will allow good relationships, like I keep on hearing, healthy friendships are elastic, which is to say that they don't, like, they see change and they celebrate it. They don't take it personally, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the Ren energy, right? The modality by which we navigate change in a way that feels like we hold each other's changes with preciousness, which is the identification of feeling something in a way that identifies how profound it is or how much it means to us, is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. You're not off timing. Your timing was perfect. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who has not had a card pulled today, who is a super fan. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. There in the perks section, you'll also find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our next tarot class, which is going to be held on it's going to be held on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot. Oh, I've got pieces here too, just taking a pause. One card for pieces. I've got two cards coming out right now, pieces, which is saying High Priestess in its reversal and Chariot in its reversal. Don't allow the fear to inform you, but don't let it overwhelm you. So if you're receiving something that doesn't feel helpful, like go into the space by saying why is this being shown to me, right? Because I feel like there's a little bit of work that you're doing with your guides and relationality to like trusting your intuition or identifying, like especially with the hermit energy at the bottom. Hermit energy at the bottom of the deck is often talking about the space by which we're brave in relationality to how we navigate situations and circumstances, which is being able to see the worst case scenario is effectively creates a space by which we can energetically avoid it by being able to effectively identify and recognize like what is within our own sense of purpose, like what is our responsibility to change versus what it is that we have to accept about situations. Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly and especially with the boar energy, right? Like the boar energy often the boar energy often articulates to us upon how others perceive us. So it's the conversation that we have that we bring forth to each other in relationality to clarifying each other's false perceptions of one another. So I feel like there's a lot of that. I feel like there's a lot of that force in relationality to kind of working through something. But even in the space by which you're doing that, like helping another person understand why something is important to you, right? Thank you so much, dear. As I mentioned, that next tarot class is going to be held on next Thursday, March 19th. If you'd like more information on it, you can head over to the Stack. It'll be available there. If you are interested in getting a discount to that class program and you're not a subscriber, you can message me directly from here, and I'll be happy to send you a coupon code. If you became a subscriber today, just message me a disco GIF, and I'll send you an invite to the subscriber-only disco channel. We will be back on at our usual time tomorrow, which is at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you get on the list today, you'll have first privilege in being read tomorrow before the daily collective starts. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you so much for your help today, K. Megan. Hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.